To honor our country, let's take a listen. It's national. C-SPAN is bringing you coverage of the Memorial Day Parade here in Washington, D.C. And if you're in Washington today and you want to continue to commemorate the holiday, make your way across Memorial Bridge to Arlington National Cemetery, where shortly President Trump will place a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. Shortly afterwards, he'll walk over to the Memorial Amphitheater along with the military leaders. They're all expected to offer remarks.
Whoa, you might have to slow down. You're trying to escalate things. A little too soon.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not every day that I meet a beautiful 5'11" Turkish girl. So sorry if I'm a little excited, but I do live near O'Hare in Jefferson Park, Northwest Side, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And then we could go have brunch.
Live to Constitution Avenue.
We're grateful for the thousands joining us here in D.C. on this soggy day, and for the many watching at home. On behalf of the American Veterans Center, you're watching the Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade presented by Boeing, and thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Get your patriotic ganas out. Let's go back to the parade.
Leading our salute riding in the parade today is Korean War legend David Ogden. He's joined by Robin Hutton, author of the best-selling book Sergeant Reckless, America's Warhorse.
I love Sergeant Reckless. Part of foundations. Sergeant Reckless during the Korean War for 250 bucks. Korean stable guy so he could buy a prosthetic leg for his sister. He did 51 missions. Can you imagine that? Thank you, John Deere, for supporting Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade and for pulling many of today's floats. Our next float honors the memory of the Americans who died in the Korean War, sometimes known as the Forgotten.
Wait, what? Did I
It features
didn't know
several
that I talk about what? Crazy. Yeah, that's a first. For me at least. Wow. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure something out. I mean, we're kind of lost. Not really. I used to live in Denver. Not anymore. I only come out here because of school with my parents. And I'm trying to figure out where I'm going.
veterans joining all in honor of who sacrificed in Korea.
We're not forgetting to join by active duty military chaplains. This year's float is dedicated to the memory of Father Abel Kapan, Army captain and Catholic priest. Father Kapan was captured while saving soldiers on the battlefield in November 1950. Held in a prisoner camp, he tended to the sick and wounded before passing away in that camp 75 years ago, May 23rd, 1955. Decades later, he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor and is currently under consideration to be named a saint.
Oh, I love that. You know, they're about
He's gonna be a saint!
400
Wow!
Korean War veterans who are alive today with an average age of the tender age of 95 years old. In 2020, a new wall of remembrance was dedicated at the Korean War Memorial on the National Mall, including the names of 43,000 service members KIA killed in the war.
From Somerville, South Carolina, here is the Cane Bay High School Marching Band.
The Cane Bay Band is a diverse musical community featuring concert bands, jazz bands, and chamber ensembles dedicated to service and musical excellence. Let's take a listen. Our next vlog features very special guest veterans of the war in Vietnam. The names of more than 58,000 fallen Americans are engraved on that Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall on the National Mall. And to the 2.7
Hello?
million veterans who
Hello?
served in Vietnam,
Hello?
here at MaxApp, we're here to tell you, welcome home and thank you for your service.
God bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Productions. Productions is the developer for the Institute of Heraldry and proud manufacturer of war military awards and insignias. Born and raised as patriots in New England, they're founded by a Marine veteran and family owned and operated for 3 generations. SMP is committed to supporting troops both on and off the battlefield, especially those in crisis.
You know, Maya Lynn was only 21 years old when she created that monument. Making their way down Constitution Avenue, proudly representing Northern Michigan, is Kingsley High School and JROTC Band, brought to you today by Music Celebrations International.
The program has a strong commitment and enthusiasm for leadership and service, and is noted for its academic achievements. They're proud to honor the service and sacrifice of veterans while inspiring the next generation of leaders. Let's welcome Kingsley.
What are you doing today, Steve? I'm watching C-SPAN, the 250-year celebration. Hello?
Rand? AYN Rand doesn't want to speak. Is there something wrong with my phone?
No, I had to exit and come back. I'm watching C-SPAN's 250th anniversary. Happy Memorial Day. What are you doing today, Uncle Steve?
Next, we welcome Ozzy.
Just open up a pop-up room. That's what I'm doing.
So do you know the etymology of the word atheist?
Yeah, probably not as good as I do. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I haven't looked it up yet, but I think it's kind of ironic how a non-believer in the word atheist, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you say it slowly, it's atheist. So how I'm going to look it up. Let me just look it up because...
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Don't you think it's ironic that the word atheist is the word for a non-believer?
I do not.
But you get what I'm saying, that the word a is the introductory to the theist, so you have atheist.
I do get what you're saying, and in fact, let me piggyback on that. Can you think of any other word that means a non-believer in something else?
Yeah, probably like a renunciant. There's probably a couple different words. So it says that the word atheist comes from ancient Greek roots and entered modern European languages in the 1500s.
Yep.
Etymology. Term derives from ancient Greek adjective atheos, meaning godless, without God, denying the gods, or impious.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. In other words, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're suggesting is, wouldn't it be better to call it non-theist rather than atheist? Is that the road you're going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Can't argue with that. I'm not aware of another word which refers to a non-believer of something else. Hypothetically, Santa Claus, because there's really no descriptive word that says I believe in Santa Claus. That's why I was asking you. How about this one? How about another word that refers to a believer in anything? Anything.
Altruism?
I don't think so. Altruism doesn't refer to a specific topic, does it, or does it?
Altruism, it's versus egoism. So it's non-egoism, which is sacrificing self and others for others.
Yeah, but who doesn't believe in ego? We all know ego exists. So to be a non-believer in ego would be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
No, that's not true. Ellen Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego. You can't touch it, can't taste it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it. It does not exist. It's a concept, just like the God, or even being GAY. You know, I mean, you think you got GAY rights? Unfortunately, that's a concept, just like the God. So
go ahead.
We have a problem with people forcing concepts down our throats. And
let's hit the nail on the head before we go down another pathway. Can you think of any other word that refers to non-believer of anything specific?
Just a denier? I don't know. I mean, I could look up the words for you.
Oh, you know what? I have to do a text. JCC, can you? This is nothing against you. I forgot to do something. JCC, I'm modding you up. Can you run the room for like 5 minutes minimum there, bro?
Yeah, I've got a client coming, but yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be back. Thanks.
Who said altruism is the meaning of believing in everything?
Me.
Can someone define what's your definition of altruism?
Well, if I look at the word and I were to make up my definition, it would be that all things are true. And
okay, great. So you made it up on your own.
Yeah, thank you.
That's really good.
Is that okay?
No, I don't think it's okay, but if you think it's okay, it's subjective to you. Good for you, bro.
Altruism
gets us nowhere.
Means benefit of all or what good for all, something like that.
Oh, kind of seems pretty close to what I said.
No, it's not a belief.
we got a 250-year celebration happening live. My friend is here.
Can I get you guys to check on my photo for 1 second?
Yeah, I see it.
What do you think?
Wait, let me actually look at it.
I'd like to check out his photo.
Damn, bro. Can you update to put John Kitover in place for Andrew Tate, please? So, gentlemen, second room open called 250 Years Celebration in the Ayn Rand House.
That's where I am.
I know, but I'm in Dr. Steve.
So, John, thank you for booming the room last night and saving, what's his name? Amin from committing suicide. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Even though it was a little annoying that you did boom the room, but it was still, I think, in the end, the right choice because he was getting cornered and he had the knife to his throat.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Daniel Nero put him in the corner.
He gets to live another day.
I just want to say something about the word atheism. It says that the word was rarely, if ever, a self-description in antiquity. So, Steve, if you were alive in the 1500s, you wouldn't be calling yourself an atheist. It was mostly used as an accusation to accuse someone of being without God.
Yeah, I was going to say very quickly, fair enough, since I'm not schooled on that, but do I presume correctly that we still do not have another single word that specifically refers to denial of belief of any particular topic? We still have not thought of one current word. Is that correct? Besides atheist. Is that correct? Okay, it's correct. Okay.
I would share in Islam the word mulhid was used.
Oh my God,
So
you're fucking
actually,
teaching
now
English
mulhid
again?
means someone who
Yeah.
Oh my God, load this
But the
fucking
original
garbage here.
meaning is
These fucking people are horrible.
is equal to deviant. Also,
It's
They
not-
just want to be gay, bro. They just want to be gay.
It's nihilism. Nihilism is the word you're looking for, Steve. Or
And
skepticism.
nihilism means a lack of belief of
They
exactly
believe
what.
in nothing, Lebowski.
It says active rejection or denial, life, morality, knowledge are seen as ultimately meaningless or illusory.
So, nihilism is just the meaning that nothing has inherent meaning. Meaning is applied by the thinking agents. That's what nihilism is.
Well, the definition I have here is it's an active rejection.
He's a Nimrod.
But JCC,
Why do you let JCC speak? This guy's a Nimrod.
JCC, you're a mod. Do whatever you want.
Oh, they gave him mods? What a
JCC,
scumbag.
you
JCC
kill him.
is kind of a douchebag.
I got
don't
kicked.
like that
I
guy.
got
He's like a
kicked.
stupid.
JCC
You know
kicked
what?
him
I not
too.
only like JCC, I trust JCC.
You trust
And
JCC,
you-
that's the fucking problem.
I don't know who the fuck you are. So
He's my
you're
friend.
gonna say to me,
Hello.
I couldn't give a rat's ass what you think, but just going back really quickly, we all agree that the word atheism means a lack of belief in God. Those who God, those that disbelieve God. I did ask the question, is there any other word in the English language that refers to a lack of belief, a disbelief, or not believing in one particular topic? And so far, nobody has been able to come up with that word, but we can talk about it as a
Something like you just simply say non-believer.
unbeliever in what? That's my question. In what?
It's the same definition that you gave for atheism. So like colloquially,
Yes, and to piggyback on what JCC said,
Oh.
the term non-believer can be used.
Okay, these guys welcome to 250 years of celebration. And I just want to say, if you were to live 125 years, and then you were to live another 125 years, that would be 2 lifetimes to witness all of the glory that America has created and shared
Yeah.
with the world.
I'm proud to be American.
I'm proud to be an American.
Proud to be an American. America. And I'm also proud that we're in the Middle East stealing their fucking oil, man. So happy. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about liberating Israel to their people. Which I heard the most ridiculous comment the other day. They said the Palestinians have A1 blood.
Yeah, but they're going to have like.
I just wanted to start laughing like hysterical. I was like,
So you're saying that women extend like they kill all
the
themselves?
Jews that stayed
Yes.
within dysphoria, that worries.
And for that, like, no woman should. Yeah, you can still stay, like, you can keep someone exhausted and things like that and do them for property. Yeah, you can do that. They still have the force.
The J1s are still there.
Yeah,
And they should have the land.
I think his point is
They're
like
justifying that
simple and valid. Like, you
Like,
can't
how does
reject
that
it.
make What do you say, John? I'm gonna repeat the statement. They said the J1s are the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, that was a super good point that Sully didn't object to. You're right. That was definitely what just happened. Not something else. Check out my photo.
The J1s, yeah, I'm looking at your photo. The J1s, oh, look at that shit. Is he looking at Judaism now?
Oh, no, but it's making
Oh,
it seem like I got
that kind of looked like he was looking at his, Judaism as his future.
It's like putting on the person. It's like Andrew Tate's putting on the person of a red light.
Yeah, it feels like. It feels like
Feels like a winner. Dun, dun,
it feels like he's
dun,
in
dun,
prison. I love it.
dun, 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 dun.
This is like
Hello? Hello?
Oh, definitely.
Hello?
I saw that shit. But what I'm trying to say here is, right, is that these so-called Ishmaelites, can we call them that from here on out? I'd rather say Ishmaelite, because then it's biblical. You know, the outcast, the donkey. Let me go to verse. Let me go to this verse really quick. It says here in Genesis 16:12 about Ishmael. He shall be a wild donkey of a man. Check. His hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all of his brethren. Ishmael, you just call them Ishmaelites.
Do you mind if we refer to black people as the N-word? He's gone.
Well, you know, let's make this 250-year celebration a meditation. Hello?
Hello, hello. What about instead of saying hello, you could say hello? Hello.
Well, isn't it interesting that the first thing you say to somebody is go to hell?
Hello.
Oh.
To you.
Oh, hell?
Hell.
Oh, so nice to meet you. What is your name? Hello?
Damnation to you and hell.
Hell
To
to
you,
doing it.
I was gonna put instead of Andrew Tate, George Floyd, but I'm not sure if that would be problematic.
Hey, everybody, I came. Oh, they deleted it. They kicked me. That was a quick one.
They kicked you. They thought, fuck this guy. Just kick him.
Boy to compare it to. But
Wasn't that funny when JCC booted you? And then I was like, wow, what a jerk. And then I got booted.
And you got Stephen Bell to say, I don't know who the fuck you are.
I don't give a rat's ass.
yeah, my sisters were like that. I was pretty low key because I didn't have anybody to base it on. I was like an experiment because I was the first. So I'm already used to kind of like a dramatic family anyway. But I mean, you know, it's just, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Sometimes maybe she just needs to vocalize it. There's nothing you can do. It's like, okay, you're going through that. Cool. Here's a journal because I got to go do things. Let me know how
I'll
much.
recommend as
Hello?
a man who knows nothing as that'll help as well.
Well, happy 250 years, everybody. I've been watching the C-SPAN ticker tape parade.
Oh my God, where did this guy come from? Oh my God, hopefully that was helpful to you, Anne.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
A man who is so unbelievably sensitive and realizes how to read the room. Of all people on Clubhouse, you were the most adept at it.
Sensitive man.
Good room reader.
Also, if you didn't hear it, it's extreme sarcasm. You're welcome.
You see, when somebody says it's sarcasm, that's when you know it's projection.
Is it though? Is it? Maybe it could be.
You can't be
You
sarcastic.
see the projection, and thus you're holding up a mirror and sarcasm, saying, "Look at that."
No, I mean the thing is, when I hear projection,
Take that in a minute. It may be a little truth nugget.
I know that's when you say take it in, give it a minute. You're really telling yourself, you know what? I should take it in and give it a minute. That's projection again.
I do.
It's all projection.
You take it in.
See, when
You give
people,
it a minute when you take it.
I'm very good at taking it in, yeah.
when people say that,
Wow, I can only imagine.
can anyone here define altruism? I know we probably have a lot of pseudo-intellectuals in this room. Anybody here think they can explain to me the word altruism?
Yeah, it's like a selfless kindness for other humans.
But is it really so selfless and kind when you have to sacrifice yourself or others for others? Is that really kind for the self or the other?
It can be. I mean, when you sacrifice eating ice cream, is that kind to that side of you that eats vegetables?
Well, you're Jewish, right?
By birth.
Oh, you're a birth Jew?
I'm a birther.
You're a birther? Well, I was just saying, because Christ Jesus, the Lord and King, he sacrificed himself for the other. So Jesus is really the first true altruist. And, you know, people on this app are very frivolous. And really, they're not really interested in knowledge or trading. And those are the bedrocks of society. So this app lives outside of what you would call polite, traditional society. This is something new. I think, you know, you could call it like pure entertainment because it doesn't cost you anything other than maybe your Wi-Fi or cell phone, you know, to come here to participate in this experience of projection.
Well, you probably think that this app is all about dopamine. But of course, I would be projecting onto you when I said that.
Well, I'm drinking an espresso, and
well, so what you're saying is that I'm drinking an espresso. You're projecting.
I am drinking an espresso, but
I'm drinking an espresso.
But I am not an espresso. I am a man. And as Kristen said, you know, Kristen attacked me as soon as she could.
I thought she was flirting with you.
Oh, you thought that was flirtation?
She said she's really good at taking it in.
Oh. Which hole? So, what I'm trying to say is that on our 250-year celebration, it wasn't until 2026 that Anon became a thing. And then we were able to listen unobstructed to countless people, day in and day out, waste all of their precious little time.
Is today really the 250th? I thought it was on the 4th of July. So I'm retarded. No, you're not.
It's retarded.
Lovely. You're not retarded. You're lovely. I'm not quite sure what he's saying about the 250th. 200 what? What is this about?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Well, I don't know if that's accurate, because when did they begin? You see? Maybe it is, but I don't know in 1956. in Memorial Day began? I thought maybe it was after World War II. No, typically it wouldn't be 250th anniversary. Alan, is today the 250th?
Alan! Is today what?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Who's saying it was?
Edmund.
You've been saying it is? Edmund. Oh, Edmund?
Nobody's called him Edmund for a while. I remember we should go back to Edmund.
It is, what's his name? Kitover. That he was saying that it was the 250th anniversary of the Memorial Day, and I have to argue with that, Alan. I don't know. Just because of my own ignorance, because I thought it was Memorial Day. I don't know when exactly it began.
Well, there's this interesting and useful tool called Google. Has no one bothered?
I've never heard of that. What is Google? I've been hearing a lot about it, but
Is it an AI? Is it an
I'm
AI
actually quite
company?
busy right now. I would think that he would take actually time to, if he's going to say such a thing, that he would take the time to.
Yeah, I was watching C-SPAN. There's a big parade happening in Washington, D.C. right now. Alan, I got a quick question for you. Alan.
Well, you're both wrong.
Alan.
Oh, really?
Memorial Day is 158 years old, so no, it's not 250.
Thank you,
But
Alan.
no, it's not.
thank you, Alan.
That's the second. Sometimes
Hello?
it's okay to let
Alan,
people
talking
go.
now. The moment.
250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain.
Excuse me, Alan is talking right now.
Oh, sorry. Somebody
Just
from
a
my
moment.
audience wanted me to tell you
Just a
that.
moment. Alan is speaking right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But you are not a moderator.
But
Yes, but you're not either. So thank you.
and I was almost done, just in case you were wondering. Sometimes it's okay to let people believe what they want to believe. Now, in the case of someone who says, I'm a trans woman, no, not so much. But believing that Memorial Day has been a tradition that's gone on for hundreds of years, that's kind of a harmless one.
Now, this is the 250th year of America. So you were right about that. But it's not celebrated until the 4th of June.
Alan, has a woman ever in your life told you, Alan, I love the way you sound?
Oh, she's still not. I know what it is, Alan. He's still mad at me because I mentioned that his girlfriend found the room full of cameras and cell phones going, and that's why she broke up.
Hello?
He's a little sore about
Hello? That's not entirely accurate. I don't believe that she found the room full of cameras so much as she found the YouTube channel full of videos. And then she said, I'm sorry, but I could never introduce you to my parents. I'm sorry, but you're too insane. I'm sorry.
I met.
You got a nice tuckus, but you're too nutty for life.
I met a chick.
Sir, have a good night.
I met a chick who's a comedian, and she has a YouTube channel with 15,000 videos, and she's like a very successful YouTube creator. And she looked at my YouTube. She's like, "Yeah, I could never date you and introduce you to my parents."
Well, I've had similar experience.
Hello.
First of all, let me just say, I don't think John is ever, and don't take this as a challenge, John, but I don't think John has ever done or said anything to me that would warrant me mocking the way a girlfriend broke up with him. Because if, in fact, a woman broke up with him over the reasons that were just stated, I would think that would be rather hurtful. So I would think morally superior to all of you, yet at the same time responded with a base and sexually charged joke. I'm rather proud of that.
Yeah, how do you view values?
Okay.
How do you view values in like a dating arrangement? Because a lot of women will say to me, "I need to know your politics before we go out on a date," which is really telling me what are your values. So, in the game of my values are more superior to your values, isn't that just the red flag you're looking for? You know, from a supposed partner, as opposed to like some vacuum consumer creature, you know, from the third layer of hell. Hello?
I think if it were me, first of all, don't you think that boomers were more comfortable canceling each other out politically? Like you could have a husband and wife. Oh, I vote red, she votes blue. We cancel each other out. That's almost like a boomer thing. And nowadays, millennials and generations younger than that, it's like John goes out on a date and they're like, what's your politics? Like it used to be like for people who are 50, 60, 70 years old, like who gives a shit? Like I like this person.
Yeah.
Like Alan was saying, like I like this person, I get along with them. Who cares if we have different politics? Can we build a life?
Hello?
Who gives a fuck, you know?
Hello?
Let me read
Hello?
it a different way. Whether you're compatible with someone depends on a whole host of variables, of which political viewpoints is only one.
Water
but yes,
therapy.
it does get closer. All right, listen. Are you from Maine? No, I'm from DC, but I've been here about 15. I've been here about 15 years. I know you're from Mass. Okay, let me explain.
Thank you for the invite.
I don't know if they do it in Maine, but we do it in Massachusetts.
I would very much like to do that.
Two lanes are merging. I'm not going to look at you. I'm going to keep you in the corner. Well, you're an idiot.
One day soon.
No, I'm looking at you.
Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been
I've got you
debanked.
in the corner of my eye, but I'm psyching you out by making you think I'm not looking at you, so you
My
blink
apartment
first.
has my life savings.
Yeah, we know what we call you guys. Massholes, I know. Massholes. And Alan, are you familiar with the term that I sometimes talk to people about, which is called the Boston block? I've never heard that one. That's when you want to leave, leave a gas station and you got to yield to both lanes of traffic. You're like pulling out of a gas station and nobody's letting you go. So you just pull the fuck out and you just block the lane of traffic and you wait for the other lane to stop.
You
See people do that all the time.
You should smoke the
Do you
ganja.
both utilize your blinker or your signal? What should we officially call that thing? I'm just curious.
So it's called the blinker, but it's officially called the turn signal. But people like Alan would say blinker. Blinker, yeah.
I'm just curious because it is interesting regionally what they call it. Okay, thanks, fine. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it's a blinker. I used my blinker to go to the packy.
Do you guys use it?
Thanks for the offer of fun and joy.
And my driving instructor
told
me to do that. He said, "Look, if you got to do the block." Oh my God, what a psycho!
Thank you for the invite. I would very much like to experience that one day soon. Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanked.
Just block them.
So traveling could be risky unless I get well, but I do have an excellent solar fishbowl for therapy. You should smoke the ganja.
Inching out to get visibility, yes, but doing the Boston block, no. And now, I got to go and teach a driving lesson.
Do you really? That would be funny, but.
Thank you for the invite. I would very much like to experience that one day soon. Fortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanked.
The nearest lane or the one to the right? No, you're supposed to go.
So traveling could be risky.
Yeah, I do that. Nobody does that.
No? Oh my goodness.
And you're always supposed to drive on the right side of the lane, if you understand what I mean. Yeah.
Saltwater fishbowl.
I live in Pennsylvania.
Drink the Nine Shabbats and try chanting St. Shabbos. Thanks for the phone joke. Maybe one day soon.
Stay there for an extended period of time. So I don't know how they drive.
Are you in New York?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, see, I never knew it.
So I never watched.
No, I just didn't know where you were. I don't usually ask people where they are, so I just never. But since you guys are on the subject, I just wanted to know where you were.
Yeah. But, John, if you're still there, yeah, I mean, it's a red flag. Because, no, it is, because it's like, and on one hand, I can understand it. On the other hand, well, I can understand it because it's whipped up now to where especially for someone on the left, if
Hello?
you don't agree on my position
Hello?
on transgender,
Hello?
then you're
Hello?
people, they're committing suicide. They're being targeted.
Hello?
Et cetera.
Oh, all the things. Okay.
Yeah, right. And it's like, and it's like, I don't want to be with someone who I consider to be a murderer.
My goodness, that's so extreme.
Yeah. Which is,
aside from whether or not that is actually true, while it is understandable, political disagreements were never framed in the light of if, comma, quote, if you disagree with me, you're killing people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very true. So are you experiencing that on the regular?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm married.
Oh, okay.
Would you,
Okay.
Alan? Would you
See,
just
I
call?
don't see. This is the thing is that I know that like you speak a lot of it's not a criticism. So this is just an observation. So because it's great to know about people like who they are as people, and some people are very revealing a lot of things about themselves, and sometimes they're not, and this is fine. But I have yet to really know much about you as a person because you state a lot of things about your thoughts and opinions, but not really divulging. So forgive my ignorance.
No, it's okay, Kristen. I used to reveal a lot, and then I realized personal reveal about yourself may be used against you at a later date, as we just saw, John discuss as revealed his phones and his dating, and people were making.
Oh no. See, here's the clever thing that I have to kind of put myself on the back for is he was really cranky, and there's something that happened. He said that I realized like, oh, his girlfriend broke up with him, and he was really egging me on. He was being very unkind, and so I just heard it as bullshit, and so I put one and one together about his behavior, and I made a calculated guess that he was recently broken up with his girlfriend. It probably had to do with something of the technology that he utilizes, which is very strange. And I was actually correct. That was a guess.
Well, I just want to.
He didn't have to confirm or deny, but he had to.
Hello?
On the other hand,
Hello?
John, I bet you've met a girl who, looked at your phone stuff and said, oh my God, this is great.
Exactly.
Well, it's all about the way you frame it. So, like, if I actually start bringing in guests to do, like, podcast interviews, it just makes it more credible to make it more professional. So, I think the critique of what I'm doing is that it's rather unprofessional, not that it's stupid, but I'm using the technology and the platforms in the way that it's intended to be used, which is, for communication. But again, I just think the critique of my work is maybe it's less than professional, which I think is fine because it's actually a comedy show. And guess who's on it? You.
Yeah, and I put myself out there, and I definitely am comfortable with my vulnerability. And I'm also willing, if somebody wants to use it as a weapon, then go ahead and do so. Just be prepared for the backlash that happens.
Well, John, the only thing I would say is presentation matters. Now, I had two friends, and one of them, they both were in the same business. They brought a client. The first one brought a client into a studio, and his studio was an absolute chaotic mess. And the guy felt, I
So, anyways, happy 250 years of celebrating liberty. We got Anne here, an American patriot, Democrat hero, Democrat zero. You know, personally, I think throughout one's life, it would be politically savvy and expedient to actually change parties, to manipulate the system, because it is of adjustment. And sometimes politically savvy people, I'm sure, actually go the opposite route of, you know, when you see who the Democrats are, what kind of content they create, that's all you need to know. Whenever you just mass produce children into content, you are what they are fighting against. They are always projecting onto Donald Trump and maggots their own actual true interior feelings and desires.
That is true.
So if that's so true, why isn't it more obvious to the millions, hundreds of millions of impressions and views of people who just consume the content of the left, liberal, intellectual, woke, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI?
Well, I'm just curious, since you and I don't really get along very well, and I just wonder why you sent me a friend request on Instagram. Don't you just want to leave me alone?
Hate to burst your little bubble there, Kristen, but I have no idea who you are, and if I added you...
Yeah, but you do, and it's been twice.
Well, it's just like your opinion, and I don't know who you are.
I mean, you must have people working for you that do things for you. Is that what's going on?
No, what I do is I pick up my phone agnostically, and I don't really know which phone I'm even on because I have 100 phones. And what I do sometimes is when a platform like Instagram auto-suggests someone to follow, sometimes I just sit there and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I do about 30 ads.
Okay, cool. Well,
Yeah.
I was just wondering because it definitely is
Thank
a
you.
method.
So happy to
not
have
very
this
nice
little
to me,
chat
but then
with you.
want to be my friend on Instagram, so it's kind of weird.
Oh, that's okay.
No, it isn't, Kristen. You've never heard of the boy dipping the girl's hair in the inkwell because he secretly likes her?
Well, yes, I have, and that's why I kind of wonder, and I'd like to question in public because I'm like, well, put dipping my hair in ink.
Hello?
Well, his motivations, I don't know, but I did want to say, John, the reason why people aren't onto this is because I'm assuming your IQ is over 100. And I'll assume it's even over 110.
Hello?
And you have to have a certain IQ
Hello?
in order to understand the statement that you just made about people projecting their own feelings onto others. It not only requires a higher IQ, but it also involves an understanding of psychology, projection, how people think and work, and how people operate emotionally, etc., etc. And if you're one to discuss this with people, then you need to package it so that the average intelligence in the U.S. is 98. So you need to package it.
You can try to package it.
98 percentile.
You can try to package it, but it's really just a question of, like you said, IQ, but it's really whether or not the person is willing to consider a new concept. And that concept is that all communication is hypnosis. And for some people, they get that. Some people reject that. And then they're basically incapable of resolving the paradox because they are so rationally programmed to think linearly, I guess.
Well, look, here's the other part of it. People, generally speaking, people's minds are only changed by trusted friends in real life. That's psychological truth number one. Psychological truth number two, which is the Democrats have figured this out. That's why they want CRT and all of that other race theory and gender stuff taught in kindergarten.
It's not race theory, Alan. It's race therapy.
I know. Because they know if you teach it to a child, the child just assumes it's true, and that it's now part of their like the better way to put it is the Jesuits said, give me a child before the age of Christ, and I'll have a soldier for Christ. No, give me a child before the age of 5, and I'll have a soldier for Christ for life.
Yeah, the
They understood. Get them while they're young, and then
it becomes the bedrock of all of their intellectual aspirations.
Correct. So if your goal is to create some sort of viewpoint change, it has to be done. It has to be done for the simple mind, and it must be done very gently. Because people will also pick up, and it cannot be done with any animosity either, because people will pick up on that very quickly. Now, I will say I went just, if that's the view, straighten out the, it's cluttered. Straighten out the pictures on the wall. Organize the books so they look like there's some sort of order to them. And you'll be fine. I mean, it gives a sort of, yes, I read, which I know you were talking about, but just, unless you're going to go full blown like Ad Walsh or other ones and create a specific studio, which would also, you could also go that way too. But
I mean, I could interview people here in my office. It's a very tiny little bedroom, with 180-degree 25 cell phone array that can live stream on YouTube and Instagram. But the thing is, it's like Clubhouse is just immediate content for free. It's a great place to really listen in to how people waste their time. And it's just amazing how, Patty's Room, Politically Correct, is always the Trump projection echo chamber. But then I just love when people start talking about the weather and, other irrelevant things, and they get off topic. And it's because even they themselves are exhausted with their echo chamber.
yeah, I know. And I've always known that when I go, and I just got tired of it, but going into those rooms, I always knew it was like, okay, here we have another black, we've got another conservative.
Hello?
Let's all.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I got tired of being the white guy they attacked, especially since Douglas is the one who took over that room. He's just insufferable and an absolute liar.
Yeah, he's a real snake. What was that?
Yeah, snake is the correct word.
Yeah, he's a real snake.
Because if you listen carefully, and we called him out on it, early on, he never states his actual opinion. You will say, well, I think the military should get involved. And he will then, well, I've got an article here that says the military getting involved is a huge mistake. unless you read it. It could actually say the opposite of what he says. It doesn't matter. He's just picked out this article. He does a quick Google search, picks out an article contrary to whatever you said, and now you're arguing against some writer in some newsroom somewhere. You're not actually arguing with him. So, but I went in one day and he had the whole room agreeing with him that, yeah, you know, the left is crazy, that there should be voter ID. I mean, all of the leftist talking points, they were agreeing with him that they were all stupid.
Well, I just think that the observation that, you know, like, have you ever been in Jason Muse's room, the Black Muse?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, he used to be a nice guy and he turned into an absolute asshole.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, see, part of this experience from a game perspective is not to like go down these people's holes and play their game. So it's like part of the game for me is just recording them being horribly obnoxious, angry, mean, nasty people like Jason. And I think that's part of my like revenge tour and roast, you know, where I see, because I know like even a lot of people who watch my stuff, it's not like the same for them, meaning that like I'm doing this for me because I hate some of the people here. And when I can mock them and record them and embarrass them or make them think like, you know, oh, this fucker's recording us. I fucking hate this fuck. Like that's part of my 5D game that really gives me great joy. And that's as far as I can take it. I can't like push buttons. I would never make death threats. Or try to humiliate somebody and demean them by calling them a low IQ, ignorant piece of shit would be if they were the ones in power, but they're too lazy to ever attempt to even try to get into power because they're on this stupid fucking app running their stupid fucking mouth. So I just love trying to like, you know, let people know, just tap them on the shoulder and just walk on by and say, hey, I'm listening. And it's a little bit like they're talking in a forest and nobody's listening. And like, I'm that guy who can come by and be like, hey, you're wasting all your time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, well, first, yeah, I agree with what you say about them. And I think really there's very few people on this app that I could say I actively dislike. And most people, like even, I don't know if you were in the room, like even Ray Abia, he has like said some really vile things to me. But I don't dislike the guy. And then last night, we ended up talking about, we got on to boxing and we were talking about that. And then we ended up talking about movies and how boxing was portrayed in movies and which Sylvester movie was better. Which character was better, etc.
Yeah, people's personalities are vast and their interests are vast. And so you can actually connect with anybody eventually. But I'm just saying that from like the opportunity cost observational perspective, when you see how much time, you know, because I have multiple recording studios where I have, you know, 15 phones pointed towards one stupid phone. And that stupid phone is politically correct from 8 a.m. to generally 8 p.m. Like they are on there all day the fucking long and can go for an 8-hour session. So, you know, I'm actually thankful that they do what they do because like I want to record it because people are putting so much time and energy. It's shocking. But when you actually compare that to a book and that content, that's when you know that there's a significant knowledge difference between the content in a book and the content, you know, that people create here. And so from my perspective, I always want to go back towards the book and say, fuck these people. fuck them good, humiliate them, mock them, document them, and put them in the filing cabinet and the trash can, and go back to the good things in my life, which is the books, not these trash dinner for schmucks people. And I realized one day, I was like, I have to stop recording Pepe, because if people watch my content and they hear Pepe, that's basically me speaking, and they think that I am Pepe. So I have to go back towards books. I can't waste my life recording low value content, which is low value people.
And the fact, and morally, Dan, like 2 years ago, he's on the app and he's got a newborn baby that's crying and that he's feeding while he's on the app. So that newborn is.
Well, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to mock and humiliate.
I'm judging, and I say that because at a certain point.
Hello? Hello?
It was very simple. I was not setting a good example for my kid if he sees me yelling into a telephone all day long. So I left the app, and that was it.
If you were,
as he got older, and now, he's out of the house, etc., etc. He's more mature as a person that I came back to the app.
Well, if your child observes you reading a book and you happen to have, a social audio conference call app open recording your book so other people might enjoy it, well, that's exercising knowledge. But if
yeah. But at the same time, now I've just given them a directive. I told him, get off the phone and start reading again. So he started reading again.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Summer break, and he was on the computer and on the phone all day long. Unless I'm like, we gotta go here.
Hello? Hello?
So.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can use
the computer.
You can use your phone with a book. That's the joy. That's the joy, is merging the modern addiction with the old, database, because books are just databases. And so if you read a book out loud and you invest 15 minutes a day to 45 minutes a day to maybe 2 hours a day to maybe 4 hours a day reading out loud, that experience integrates the knowledge at a much higher level than reading silently. Because when you read silently, you're jumping and thinking about other things. But when you record it, you can listen to the replay and then really get deeper integration and do more contemplation. Because even John Locke said it, it's not what you read, it's really how you're processing it, integrating it, etc. So.
Well, congratulations, John. You're the second person I've met
a book
in my life who said that. And I say that because one semester, I forget, either I ate something or I drank something, and my stomach was nauseous, or whatever it was, I couldn't sleep. So I spent the night, I had to take off, of course. I spent the night reading the textbook for that course, and I read it out loud, because I knew reading out loud how I came to that realization or conclusion. But I realized if out loud I'll remember it. I'll remember it more easily. So I read
exactly how I know it. I have to read it out loud for me to comprehend it.
Yeah. But I read that entire book, the entire textbook, that night, and I never studied for that course again, and I got an A. Just from that one night.
Yeah, I always tell people studying to pass the bar exam or the LSAT to like dedicate some time to recording complicated material and then listening to yourself reading it. And it just amazes me. It's like, people don't know how to actually express their First Amendment right, meaning that because people don't want their identity attached to the of actually creating and using their brain to improve their brain. And then we're like, well, no shit. But this is the problem with our education system is that we really have we've neutered people's ability to truly learn because we silo everything, we privatize everything. We don't allow people to actually express their creative research because of the identity privacy concerns. But yet, the whole thing is completely monitored, stored in order to deliver future advertisements to you. So I'm just saying that to me, as someone who creates a lot of content, I just wish other people had the courage, the values of the moral strength to actually record themselves being intelligent and creating knowledge and reading books and educating themselves and educating others. Because stupid people like Bima, who's not necessarily stupid, and I like her and she's a sweetheart, but individuals like Bima, who would push back on what I'm saying, they believe that I heard Bima say this 3 days ago now, and I was still shocked. She said, if you are not actively trying to deconstruct structural racism on a daily basis, you are the problem. And so my response to that is, oh, well, I read books. So, I'm not part of the problem. But just because I read books, I know that there is no structural racism problem, but we have a political ideological problem. So, that's why I say, like, I don't even want to spend time debating or conversating. I just want to get back into the books, because then when I get back into the debating and the conversating and the rhetoric, I'm armed even better to emotionally, intellectually engage with people who are actually very emotionally unstable and intellectually tentative. Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Well, first of all, it's a good story. Second of all, Dima is actually, I think she's well read, because a couple of weeks ago, she started rattling off all of these titles of books. Now, granted, they were what one might categorize as self-help / psychology books. Yet they were all books that I knew of. So to me, that indicated, okay, she's done some reading. And certainly she has her perspective. The mistake lots of people make, folks, the idea that everybody has their different interests. And dare I say, racial issues are not everybody's cup of tea. Or breaking down systemic racism is not everybody's cup of tea. And there are people who have different interests about different aspects of life.
Unfortunately, at the moment, because I haven't.
And someone else telling you, if it isn't, you must be a bad person and there must be something wrong with you. Again, they're projecting their own values onto other people. And it's just, whether it's right or wrong, it is a disconnect with reality. I mean, some people like hockey. Some people, they're probably Canadians, but the fact is, some people like hockey. Some people like basketball. Some people like football. Some people like reading books. Some people like watching TV.
I mean, I've lived all over the world. Born in Turkey, lived in Iraq, Switzerland, Denver, Chicago. I went to New York, all over California. I should go back next week. Don't know the exact dates. I'm waiting to hear back from the managers. That's a long story. I haven't been to Miami. I don't know. I've been to like 30 states. Been all over Europe. I got 3 passports. 3? 4? 4. 4 passports. I don't know. I'm tired. I've got a headache. What are you doing? Also, what book? What is your favorite book? I'm curious. I'm a nerd. I love reading. I have over 600 books. I'll have to show you when I get home. That was have to give my number, but we shall see.
Would you have thought, Evan, that this is how this app would have turned out?
It's not how this app turned out. There's no turning out of the app. There's no history of the app. It's just a happening.
Okay, I'm back.
It's every day is something new on this app. So again, it's what Epictetus said, the famous Stoic philosopher. What you carry into the app is what you carry out of it.
Yeah.
So don't expect anything if people aren't carrying. First of all, people aren't even bringing in any real value. It's just kicking the can and playing with turds. This is the dinner for schmucks. Like, whoever loser Pepe is in Scottsdale or whatever, with his fucking bullshit. Like, it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's not how I want my life's existence to, observe and absorb content. Fuck no. Do you know how low value that is compared to like listening to a book on philosophy? It's night and day. It's total darkness and absolute shit and low IQ garbage compared to glistening light of brilliance. And so I believe I come from brilliance and I will return to brilliance. But, the people on this app really are for my play, for my amusement, for my control. I don't want to be controlled by people on this app. And that means time control. Mind control is time control. If you can control my time, you are controlling my mind. And if you're more aware of that, you will choose high value content because, there's this disabled woman who lives nearby to me and she can't get out of her house and she weighs 400 pounds and, she's going to die in that house. But guess what she's doing as a blob in that house? She's sitting there watching content, consuming tremendous amounts of content as a blob. Netflix and Disney and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and the list goes on and on and on. Just that blob barely moves, but that blob's brain really wants content. And so, you and I are no different. And we use this app to fill the space and the second after second after second. You only have 2.5 billion seconds to live. That's the average lifespan. So every second counts. And what you listen to and what you look at and what you hear and what you say, it all adds up. Why do you think people go to college? They're going to college to get conditioned, to be suggested to engage in content, to come out of there as a much higher level IQ, EQ. It's all self-improvement, self-development, self-help, psychological development, training. And no one is anything until you've been challenged and have had great difficulty. So, you aren't just who you are. You are also who your enemies are. Do you actually really have any enemies? Do you actually test the freedom of speech? How do you experiment with the freedom of speech? That's the big thing is every single second is technically an experiment and how you are, this app is basically an experiment setup. Every single room is just like a laboratory experiment, especially if there's replays. And then you can go back and analyze how people are engaging and what the community participation is. For example, Monica, I think, spent 3 hours the other day talking about the black guy in the park in Manhattan who gave the dog treat to the dumb Karen and took the dog off the leash. And Monica wanted to play the devil's advocate for the woman against the guy. And it's like, over the course of 3 hours, we have had so many emotional experiences, so many illogically stupid observations. But then when you look at it as a total, you're like, this is so fucking stupid. You dumb, stupid bitch. Play a fucking audiobook for 3 hours. don't fucking talk about some fucking black guy from 5 years ago in Central Park, you fucking moron. Play a fucking audiobook sometime. Hello? Yeah, Pepe would be great. Imagine if Pepe was like, okay, guys, this app is retarded and I'm stupid, so I'm just going to start playing audiobooks here every day, and I hope you guys will come to my room where I play an audiobook on this or that. And I'd be like, okay, great. You know, because that's the thing, is nobody is gaining any knowledge from listening to Pepe. So, and Pepe is gaining no knowledge himself. Like, think of this as a college classroom. You guys are all just a bunch of dunces dressed up as clowns in a classroom throwing spitballs at each other. Did you guys ever get out of the 5th grade? I mean, you guys are throwing food fights all day long. Read a fucking book on this app for 15 minutes. Use it to improve your brain. Hello? Hello?
Well, I realize.
Hi, Soma. My favorite book is The Tao Te Ching, or The Book of Changes by Lao Tzu. That's impressive. You have 600 books. Send me a picture of all your books when you get home.
To wait an hour just to have a 30-second response. Whereas, you know, if you were on Twitter.
We used to do PTR order. That was annoying. And then by the time that they got to, the conversation had shifted so much that, like, you couldn't even comment on the thing you were wanting to comment on.
Well, you can take notes and come back to it. I mean, I use Grok to actually just answer a lot of the queries or conversations that people are having. And then when you read what Grok gives you, you realize how people here really are so wasteful of their time and communication. And I just think it's because people just don't actually engage with information and knowledge. Like, what's her face, Kristen, the cat here, you know? Just like, if you don't have something intelligent and concise and topical, you know, and I mean, you're kind of a highly annoying person. And so that's what I call a hap. You know, or an extremely annoying person, an EAP. There are people out there that don't really have anything concise, clear, and intelligent to give you. And so they are technically friction creating people. I think those are the trolls, personally. I don't think, see, when I'm accused of being a troll, I don't think I'm actually a troll. I think I am here to give you an hopefully an exact and precise observation. And unfortunately, people like Ban or Patty or First Lady, these are the real trolls because they can't actually give you a transparent, clear, effective, and accurate diagnosis or observation about reality. And so they are really the real fucking trolls. These liberal elite intellectuals are the biggest fucking trolls because, again, they cannot accurately diagnose, describe, and observe. Thus, they are the real fucking propagandist trolls. They're the gaslighters. They're the annoying, extremely annoying people, and they cause all the friction. It's not the people that bring clarity. Those are the non-friction people. Hello?
So what you're saying is Pepe's a troll.
I mean, I oftentimes, you know, I don't do it as much anymore because this app's too small and there's nobody, everybody will know if I'm trolling and nobody's going to get triggered because they all know who I am. So it's like, why I don't put on that show. But yeah, that's why I miss old clubhouses when you had all of these people. Obviously, I can trigger people, and you know, it's kind of fun. And I meant a lot of what I said too. I had passion. I was angry, and now I'm not nearly angry. And I don't have.
But see, Pepe, stirring the pot.
Much more boring.
Stirring the pot is fun, But eventually, you got to grow up and say, okay, stirring the pot every day is not healthy for me, for the person creating a stirred pot.
When the pot was healthy at that time, I think, because we were living, I mean, it was the whole fucking, it was a fucking clown all around. Like, it was fucking bizarre. But people took to, like, true, and like, they had this religious fervor about, all of that woke shit. And nobody, if you dare speak back, you're just like a horrible person. Fine, fuck you. I'm a Nazi. I'm a racist. I'm just gonna go ahead and say all of the things that I believe are
Hello?
And
Hello?
But now it's kind of like that woke all that woke shit largely died off. People got sick of it. You have a Republican in power now. People have largely gotten black fatigue. The BLM shit died off. Now what the fuck is there for me to be passionate about? I can just grip and find things, but I think I actually enjoyed what I did, and I was passionate about it. So it was it just kind of came naturally. Now I can't really force that shit. Now I don't really have as much to be passionate about. At least that I want to talk about on an app.
Well, I have to say, without Beaver and Matt's rooms, we would be doomed because there's nowhere else for us to go. And I don't like to just sit in the audience and listen to anybody else's rooms but theirs, because it's just garbage. It's just garbage. And I like to hear Joe talk, obviously. He's good content, and he helps people learn and understand things. But can you name any other room besides Beaver and Matt's rooms that are good? IPM?
What's the one? Jesus. Sometimes I go into, what's the guy's name? Intellectual gangbanging.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been on here in a while.
I know. He really has. But I go in there because, first of all, I guess he likes me. Second of all, he's made clear, look, don't say any overtly dumb racist shit and you're good. And then he will say, let's hear from the white guy. And he'll make it clear, he clears the room for me. So he'll say, I want to hear. And people, if he says, I want to hear Alan speak, then people shut up.
Then they'll listen.
Without that, no, I wouldn't have a chance. I might be able to get in about 10 seconds and then he'll get the white guy out of here. But he'll say, let's hear from the Armenian guy. Or, let's hear from the white guy. And they all know me at this point. Like, his audience knows me, so that helps.
Yeah, he's been gone. Luke back?
Yeah. Well, maybe, who knows? There's always real life. The other one is that Uncle Steve and the atheist one.
Oh, God, I can't.
Yeah, I was in there, and there's one guy, Benjamin, who just hates my guts, which I had always known that, but then I was in there a couple of weeks, and the Benjamin guy started laying in on me, and then Steve, he had seemed cordial, but he was hiding what he actually thought. So that was the end of that. But I go in there every once in a while. That's it. Yeah, there was a lot more content, but we were all stuck in our homes.
Yeah, that's true. I still cannot believe that conservative atheist died.
Died?
Yeah.
How did he die?
He had cancer.
Was it a recent diagnosis and short life, or
Yeah, it was
had
like,
it all along?
no, it was like short. He did get the vaccine and stuff. And the boosters. And yeah, he died. Gosh, I want to say it's like almost 2 years now.
Oh well.
Can you believe that?
Well, people.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was largely the one that created them, and it wasn't his fault. But I remember his rooms were like the first ones to bring up political issues on Clubhouse, and that's where the rifts started.
Oh yeah.
To where it became all political. It stopped being about NFTs and Bitcoin, and these other rooms started with the political discussion.
Who are you talking about, Jerry the Giraffe?
No.
Oh my god, I forgot about it.
There were some super weird people on here. He was like a Bitcoin Ponzi schemer who had some kind of bullshit Ponzi scam. The giraffe guy.
Who's that?
The giraffe guy.
Gary the giraffe, remember?
No, I don't know that guy. Sorry.
Yeah, I never went.
Well, I'm sorry it's that. No.
Wait, who passed on? I didn't.
No offense. I'm sorry it's that.
Who did you say passed on? Conservative atheist guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was already having health problems. David, what are you drinking today, this Memorial Day?
Yeah, I always drink coffee in the mornings.
Oh, really? You ever add any like Irish whiskey to that coffee, David?
Irish coffees? No, I never had that. No. I've had Mexican coffee before.
What kind of coffee?
Mexican coffee.
I'm sorry, what kind of coffee?
I swear I thought you said methane coffee.
No, Mexican coffee.
Well, Rabono Shalom, you know.
So you put tequila in coffee.
All I gotta say is, until somebody can actually read a book on this app and I hear you reading a book, I just think you're still at the dinner for schmucks. It's my opinion. And I love that movie.
That's a good movie. What was the guy that was the hot guy? Was it Steve Carell?
No, well, yeah, Steve Carell and then Zach Galifianakis. And don't just casually watch it, but you have to pick up on what they're trying to tell you, which is that all communication is hypnosis.
Yeah, no, people were all a little strange at the end of the day. You know, I by the third time I watched it, I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, so we're all a little strange.
No, that's not what the purpose of the movie. It's a comedy, but it's what Clubhouse does.
Yeah, but it wasn't that funny though.
It was funny, and
I didn't laugh.
Well, that's okay. What's funny about Clubhouse is that you realize it's very much the same thing as that dinner gathering, where you have a bunch of retards in a room saying incredibly stupid things to each other. Oh, we say R word? Okay, this is an R word safe room. So anyways, just watch the movie Dinner for Schmucks and you will laugh because you will realize it's the same happening on Clubhouse, but they made it into a movie. And the stuff about hypnosis and mind control in Dinner for Schmucks is hilarious because this app is a little bit like mind control because of the time control component. Every second you listen to me, I'm technically controlling your mind. And so trolling and controlling are interrelated, and there's just a lot of character actors here. I feel like Brad Stauffenberger, the Viking warrior, is a little bit of a performative actor. And that's because the other day I heard him say he parachuted into a pond, uh, a high altitude jump. And then when he landed in the pond, he took a selfie with the biggest alligator in the world. And I was like, that sounds a little performative to me. Maybe that didn't really happen.
Alligator with spare hands, don't forget.
Oh, I forgot about that part. After he took the selfie, he grabbed the alligator by its throat and then started rotating with it until he killed it, and then ate barbecued alligator for dinner with a tribe of indigenous naked women. So anyways, I'm just saying that when people get on their soapbox and they say the most incredible things about their lifestyle, that to me was always that was the first thing I noticed about this app. Is I came out here because a guy that I had done business with in the past invited me here, and he said, you got to come on this app. And I was like, great. I was like, well, let me invest in a company with you. So I gave him 10 grand to invest in marijuanabusiness.com. And then I was going to all these rooms with him, and all these people on here were saying that they own Bitcoin. And like, you know, some fucking Schwartz is like, yeah, man, I got millions in Bitcoin. I was like, bitch, you don't got shit. And so my friend got very upset with me because I was calling people out on their claims of being Bitcoin millionaires. And I was like, you are prove it, bitch. You're a broke ass motherfucker on a stupid app trying to scam people. You ain't got no fucking money. I can tell right away it's a bunch of scammers on here. So
I'm a Bitcoin millionaire.
well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is, when people make claims about lifestyle, like David doesn't really make wild claims about his lifestyle. I've heard David is well off, but he doesn't talk about it because the truth is he can barely get a sentence off without sounding like an R word. So even if you're rich and you can fly first class and you got palatial estates all around the world and you don't really have to worry about anything anymore because, you can live just fine off a 6% interest and you're pulling down tens of millions of dollars a year. That's a hell of a lifestyle. But they wouldn't be on a social audio chat app talking to you or me. They would be creating security layers to get away from people like you and me. Hello?
Yeah, shout out to the R words. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Brad is, I remember when he was first on the app, his whole performative thing is he's trying to be black. That's all.
There's nothing wrong with being black.
But he's white.
There's nothing wrong with being white.
Well, I know that, and you know that, but that control when he starts going on and insulting people, that's him trying to be black. That's all.
Well, either way, I mean, I just look at it as performative art in the same way that, see, the thing what I sided with Pepe and Monica not because of the woke CRT BLM DEI nonsense. It was really about what the African Americans on this app were saying with regards to death threats and making horrible, profane, vulgar statements. That's what really made me angry, and then sided and even partnered with Monica to basically say, hey, okay, we have an extreme, profane, vulgar, illegal type of communication that is shocking. I had never heard people say, like, make death threats on a verbal public social audio platform. Like, imagine on Facebook, like, if people were allowed to, anyways, I'm just saying it was shocking. And so it's like almost comical, but at the same time, in terms of like who is right and wrong, the people who do not make these horrible profane statements are always going to be in the right versus your wrong, illegal, vulgar, profane death threat. So I'm just saying, like, that seems to be kind of walled off a little bit. Like, there is a network and a clique of people here that, block and don't want to necessarily hear that, but it's still there. And you could go to any trench room right now, any ghetto room right now. Cray, I'm sure, has one open right now. And there are just so many ghetto rooms on this app. that from a recording perspective, black content and the Jerry Springer show are like synonymous. I mean, that's the community, that's the culture, that is the content of the culture, and that is sad. But it's really not that different from other types of rooms, like the people in this small clique. It's basically comedy, more comedy. I guess it's all comedy, technically. All communication is comedy because these profane ghetto trench rooms.
Wow. You don't say the G word.
Can you say the T word, trench?
Are you overly sensitive, David?
I mean, I went to Penn, so I mean, we tried not to say certain words.
Well, I'm just saying there are so many ghetto trench rooms that it's shocking. But it's not really that shocking because technically I think African Americans really love to chat, and in terms of like being a blabberina or a yapper, they love it. And I get it. But again, if you can't go back to a book as being the basis of our communication, we have essentially run the full gamut of stupidity in this country. And the concern about an AI god, I'm not really concerned about it because
Arizona, does that count?
maybe it's basically the same show. Anyways, I'm just saying that the future is actually very exciting because future economy is capitalism. It is not social redistribution communism. It is actually capitalism. And eventually, see, this is why the Bitcoiners and these liberators think that, they're onto something, but they're not. The truth is America can create a whole new financial platform if we want to. It's just a question of our will.
The 3 seashells.
Well, she was a lot hotter in that movie, wasn't she? I think that's when Sandra Bullock was probably at her pinnacle of Hollywood hotness. Yes, no?
Yeah, she was cool, even though she didn't know what was going on.
What is that haircut called? A bob haircut? Anyways, Alan here is a professional. He's worked in Hollywood for 40 years.
Stocks.
And he's produced some of the biggest and most successful music and movie production. Alan, what?
Do you ever win any Academy Award? Alan, do you ever win an Academy Award?
No. That's not me. And I've never professed.
My friend won a Tony.
Alan, aren't you? I thought you were actually Phil Spector this whole time. Isn't that actually who you are?
Wait, what did he do? Is he the one that was convicted of or allegedly?
Yeah.
He was super successful. He was super successful because he knew how to record. He produced all the big acts. They all came to him because he put out the best product.
Like your boy Weinstein.
They say that Phil Spector's Christmas album is the greatest Christmas album that has ever and ever will be produced. Nothing ever will top a Phil Spector Christmas.
Is the best Christmas album.
No, it's actually considered to be the best Christmas album of all time is Phil Spector's Christmas.
Nat King Cole.
Yeah, but Phil Spector was the chief producer, director, engineer, distributor. Like, it was his business. Like he was the creator and produced all these talents.
I don't know.
Cultivated them.
I don't think he's good.
Well, you should. Al Pacino played him in a movie, the Phil Spector story.
I know him.
Yeah. See, you're young.
Casino?
You're young, David. Phil Spector was big in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. He had a big career when people actually made money and lived like moguls. And people made money from selling 3 million CDs or 4.2 million records. Nowadays, with the digital shit, Spotify, etc., you're making 2 cents a record. Back in the day, you could make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 bucks a record. The Rolling Stones would make 100 million a year selling records. That back then, that's like making $1 billion. I mean, the economics of the music and movie industry are completely inverted, and you have to be so much more sophisticated to make money in media communication, movies, etc. Look at the Paramount Skydance deal. Do you know how much the attorneys made on the Skydance deal for 4 days worth of work? They made $100 million
Nice.
on that M&A. And
Yeah, that's good.
you know, here we are picking our toes in Poughkeepsie here on Clown House.
I've been to Poughkeepsie. So yeah, I remember I was so we have like a bunch of records and shit like that, and like even like VHSs like in their archive. I remember like my nephew, who was, I don't know, like very young, like in the teens, is like, can I have these CDs and record players? I was like, I remember my father, his grandfather, saying, okay, you can have it. I didn't realize like these young kids like want these records and CDs and VHS and shit like that. Good thing we kept it, I guess. Or I didn't keep it. My parents did.
Well, it's all content. I mean, downstairs in my living room, I have thousands and thousands of DVDs and CD-ROMs and
What makes
music
you say that?
CDs. I don't know. I'm like saving them because I bought, you know, storage for them. So they're all sitting in nice, you know, cases, but I don't actually have the, you know, the whole build out of all the cases. I threw all that shit out. I just kept all the discs, but it's all just, you know, content to also be re-explored. That's why in 2026, there is no new content. There might be really crazy AI shit out there that is new, but technically, if you don't need to do any like research because you can just pull up old content and now just convert it into AI slop and use the same format. So there's nothing new under the sun, and Disney and all these franchises just proves to you that the old shit is the new shit, and the old shit works. And the new shit barely works as good as the old shit. So this summer, new movies are coming out, which are just regurgitations of old shit. And they produce the same dopamine. They produce the same experience. So what's the point of consuming the same shit? And that goes with this app too. Why continue to engage with redundant media? Hello?
Yeah, the only movie I actually want to see is The Odyssey. Yeah, that's the only movie I want to see. Like I'll buy one of those weird popcorn boxes because of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be completely useless. I mean, they took the Odyssey has been made about 5 or 6 times. They're making it again, but Elliot, aka Ellen Page, is playing the ghost of Achilles at one point. So you've got a trans man playing Achilles.
Are they playing a girl or a guy? Or is it that?
She's playing a guy. Okay, then it's under the guise of representation, you have a couple of black actors in it playing, and one of them is Lupita Nyong'o, whatever her name.
Yeah, but they were all slaves back then. There can't be a part.
Yeah. Not only that, it's a Greek myth based on actual Greek facts. So, and there are no Greeks in the film. So, which it's fine, it's Hollywood, but Christopher Nolan based it on a book called, in which the Odyssey is reimagined to have black people in it.
That's like The Wiz, when they reimagined the Wiz.
But see, in The Wiz, everybody was black, right? So we say, okay, this is The Wizard of Oz, but we're going to redo it with the R&B, and we're going to do it with the black cast. That isn't what they're doing. They're doing this
Greek story and claiming that it's accurate, that Helen could have been black, or that there were black people in Greek society, in the ruling classes, etc., etc. And all it is just race swapping. It's another excuse to create content that people will go, like you said, oh, I want to go see it. Yeah, you'll go, but I think I think what'll happen, Christopher Nolan is a very, he's made a lot of money for the studios. It'll do well the first weekend, and then it'll dry off. It'll drop off drastically.
I liked him in Inception.
Yeah. He's had a lot of success as a movie director, and so he will do well. But the fact is, you can't win an Academy Award unless you meet the Academy's guidelines for representation. And so, yeah, if you're making a Greek drama, well, everybody's white. You can't have that. So they have to insert.
Yeah, I remember when they changed the rules for the Oscars, and they said in order to be nominated, you have to be a certain percent black or gay. And I remember thinking right away, I was like, okay, so you want gay people to come out to say, oh, I'm gay, I'm in the movie? It makes no sense.
Yeah, on top of that, you know what they do? They say they'll have a character who's black and gay, so that they get 2 for 1. So, like, if you watch the movie Hitch, aside from Will Smith, there's one character, he fits that. And then I can't tell you the number of TV shows I've seen that got the gay black character.
Well, some would say, like, Will Smith is gay.
Well, yeah, but his character isn't gay. So you either have.
He's kind of gay.
Well, yeah. Well, we know he is, but the point is, it's either or. You can have a straight character played by an openly gay actor, and then you'll be okay. Or you have to have the gay character. As long as there's some quote behind the game. So if you have a movie that's all about white people, then you have to have all black people behind the camera to balance it up.
Or you have to ask them, it's like, we love to hire
All right, well, enjoy your 250-year celebration, Dr. Allen.
All right. Well, one of the issues that people project what they would do if they were in power.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true. So.
But that's the beautiful thing. They are not in power, and they never will be in power, because they're here essentially creating fake projection power. And that's one of the reasons why they're here, because, this is where it got them. And I'm not saying that's projection. I'm just saying if you're aware of the projection, it kind of nullifies it. But, there's a saying that a sage never criticizes anyone. So some people will bait you to try to get you to gossip and, slander and gossip. And if you're a really happy, self-confident person and you're an effective communicator, you actually don't engage in ad hominem projection. And that's what people do here is they do ad hominem projection all the fucking time, and they're never aware of what they're doing.
Yeah. So, well, on that note, I'm going to close the room since they made me mod. And I guess I'm going to go eat. So, I will, geez, okay, even.
Let me see your whole
That shit is high key, not low key.
Yeah, chill.
Let me see that ass. Turn around. Alright, so back to the conversation they're having. Yeah, shut the fuck up. And take your ass back to Canada, because ain't nobody asked you to be motherfucking right. I didn't need your motherfucking help. What the hell is that? I don't have baby. Are you okay? Go ahead, is it too loud? Palpitation having ass bitch, is y'all okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Go ahead. Are you okay? No, just back to the question we were having. Is it too? Are you okay? You all bitch. Control your heart. You can't control me. Fuck you and your heart, bitch. Are you okay? Yeah, I am actually. No, you're not. I don't have to be on the app sounding like Elmo. Girl, shut up. I just asked the question. That's all. Back to the question. You sound like a nigga. The question before. Oh, hold on. You sound like your heart, and that's true. Girl, fuck you and Rewind. What? She ran. Teaching someone. Exactly, because this machine, bitch. What the fuck is wrong? But what we were talking about was teaching. Nobody gives a fuck about you. I'm not. I get the messages. So, bitch, you don't get no fucking messages telling nobody that I'm sitting in the room talking about you. Because that never motherfucking happened, bitch. I never in the room talking about you. I have never sat in the room talking about you. Bitch, never. We were talking about. I don't give a fuck what y'all was talking about. Shut the fuck up. Teach someone. Shut the fuck up. I bet you're not gonna pay. Shut the fuck up. I bet that. Shut the fuck up. And control that heart, bitch. EBT don't work. Control that motherfucking heart. Bitch, I wish you did get EBT, food stamps, or whatever the fuck it is that you fucking need so you can eat better, so that heart will be better. But your heart is fucking bad because you're mean as fuck. You're a mean ass old ass. I'm mean, ugly, and old. Absolutely. Wow. The fuck? Why didn't you go to war? Wouldn't it have been like Vietnam or some shit? Yeah, I was. Absolutely. Actually, World War II. So what happened? I was in World War II. What happened? I saw a bitch like you and I popped in the head. Yeah, you should have killed yourself. Yeah, I popped in the head. Most people that went to war was on crack. I'm on crack too. Absolutely. Yeah. So we were talking earlier, people with some sense. Nobody gives a fuck. We were talking about what you were talking about. Nobody gives a fuck.
Come on now. Let's move on.
Because I heard you fuck that nigga in the back of the car. I did. He's satisfied. And you too old for that. He's very. Oh no, my niece is good. You were about too old to be fucking in the back of the motherfucking car. I did. It was in a getting beat up and shit by niggas. I did. Yep. Got beat up too. That's crazy. I'm told the ass you got beat up. Hell up. Show did. And you the one who told everybody you got beat up. I did. Oh, then you get beat up or I got beat up. I got beat up, bro. Show did. So thank you for all the parents, old ass pussy bitches that served. Thank you. You sad.
Oh my God. This is wild as shit.
You are a sad piece of shit.
That is wild as a mother.
None of these veterans deserve that. Listen, you are fucking and I can say more what I want. None of these veterans deserve what you did. Not one veteran. Are you standing down fight? I don't. Get your right. Baby,
Oh, you were. I
was back in the room. She's so safety. The bad bitch photo. Get out the way.
This is why y'all know this nigga ain't never been on a trip with his daughter as a child. He doesn't even know like proper parent etiquette when they're on a road trip with their children. Like, look how he talks. He's never taken like take that girl on a family trip. She's older now.
He was a child.
Yes.
She was 8. I took her at 8.
Things that you didn't travel with your daughter as a child.
I done took her on 8 trips.
No, I refuse to believe that. Like,
okay, I don't give a fuck what you believe. You don't believe in your life.
Nasty.
You don't believe in that little ass nigga that you believe. You don't believe in. You didn't believe that you could finish college. You didn't believe that you could pay your rent on time. You didn't believe in nothing. You didn't believe in nothing. I want y'all to remember that. The rest of the 3 minutes. You didn't believe in that tall ass child that you got. Less than 3 minutes ago, she was talking about how you don't understand people being our teens. Less than 3 minutes ago.
We're on a trip with our children. I don't know what you want.
Lighten the grill up.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
no, no.
Like some real shit. It's raining. He's not living.
No, y'all supposed to be on stage.
You ain't popping that pussy. You ain't popping that pussy, right? That's why you should be mad all the time. We know it's right.
That's all you need to know. I ain't nothing, honey. He doing exactly what he need to do because I ain't nothing.
All right. Where you gonna go?
Sure, I'll be homeless. Sure. Okay, so I'll be destitute. Totally.
Listen, any nigga that can go to the shelter and find a lawyer, the fuck are you talking about? The bitch is, what the fuck? You want a homeless bitch, just go to the shelter.
You don't believe that.
I ain't trying to take care of nobody, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
That is the end of your clip. The floor's back up. Leah, what's up, sis?
Wow! Hang up. You arguing with Lydia? Just don't talk about Darius. The same thing, Lydia. You arguing with
Darius started first.
Right? Why the fuck am I
Darius
keep
started
getting that
first.
shit? But y'all gotta go to the spouses now. That ain't right. And it always be the ones. I fuck with them, dang. I keep you one.
Darius started first.
This is my turn. I don't want to hear shit. When I take it to hell, I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear nobody pick me in no private rooms trying to say, oh, you went too far. I don't want to hear shit. Well, motherfuckers might as well buckle up for
We ain't even spoken.
But listen,
Who's the guy?
Hello? Hello?
Read in the chat while we talk. Like I'm just like, oh shit. I wonder what everybody what I'm doing right now. Throw that up there.
That's what BK does. He be eating chicken wings. I told y'all. But I told y'all the day I saw him do it. Back to the fucking store. This is some bullshit. Stacy, what up? What up? Oh, Colin,
It is a C harmonica.
You know what? You might have
Russian girl?
I just had some boobs.
Russian? I don't remember. I was
You left. You said,
Tell me when I said I could be held accountable for my shit. I should have thought I was drinking last night.
You was being a girl's girl. They don't appreciate Lady O being a girl's girl.
What happened last night? Did I come in and tell a story about the nigga that was watching his man's pocket?
Who?
In the spot?
What?
Yeah, you did.
That's wow.
I told you she was on every
But I don't want to do it. I'm going to give you a recap. But first, tell me what I did last night. Let's unpack that.
Okay, so like you was trying to like get the ladies to like, right? Just being a girl's girl. And then she went on some like broke, desperate, starving, and that's not Lady O. You know what I'm saying? That's not Lady O. Like, you was trying to defend this. And I'm like, wow.
Bro, who was broken desperate?
You kept on pushing me to the side. She was doing some like real poor.
We need to click, because I want to remember what you're saying so I could dialogue with you. I swear to God, I don't remember my name.
Oh, you was drinking?
Yeah, I was outside watching the game. Yeah. My bad. You know, I just be
you were saying no. You were saying no, BK. Nah, this not what I wanted. You backed out of the car, and then you left.
Can somebody fund it, please? I want to hear it. I got to go back to the store. The goo was there. Was the goo there? Y'all was there? Y'all heard me. What I did, goo. Manipulation 101. Act stupid. I'm not acting. I swear, I'm not agree with that. If I'm
Nah, listen. T is funny, right? She's funny. She's like loose, like free in the air, but at the same time, she get into like the poor. She get it's down bad. It's giving down bad bitch. You know, like I understand, like okay, this is anybody can be whoever the fuck they want to be. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes y'all gotta listen to the content before y'all start clapping. Listen to the content first. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she was drinking this thing. We had a good Memorial Day weekend. It's been raining on me.
Who write the stories, they're the ones who study the old literature and rewrite the stories and turn them into modern poetry.
the songs.
Through the internet, a couple of them. But it is a real thing. I know that.
Have you seen that before? It's a dad. But you could. Wait, what? So these picture that says Trump 2028 is actually $20.28 per gallon. Oh, I just clicked on it.
Our country and our economy. I'm very upset about the tariffs still, and I think with regards to China, Trump's very close relationship with China, and the Strait of Hormuz opening. I'm just worried that these tariffs are still going to harm our economy. The tariffs were a terrible idea, and I can't stop thinking about the tariffs. And every night when I go to sleep, I think about the tariffs. And when I wake up in the morning, every morning when I have my morning coffee and I make a bowel movement, I always think about the tariffs. And when I have my lunch in the afternoon, I think about the tariffs. When I have dinner and a nice glass of Pinot Noir, I think about the tariffs. I can't stop thinking about the tariffs and talking about the tariffs. Tariffs!
You already done? You cool, John? Mr. Kitover? Girl, you play too much, ain't it, Tia? We know you recording around. At this point, we don't even care.
Yeah, why would you care? I mean, if you cared, well then that would matter. But you don't care. So
I don't even care. Nobody even watches your channel for it.
I know, who cares? Who cares? Exactly. But what does it feel like talking in a forest and nobody hears you? You know? You think you
Right. You know where you get your traction from. People on Clubhouse worried about you playing the room.
it's my audience. Come on. Without my audience, I'd be nothing. I would literally be nothing. I just have like a couple random people from India and China saying, I love Donald Trump or FDT. It's either love or hate. Hate or love.
So how's the shitting going in you and the tariffs? Since you take a crap to think about the tariffs, how's that going, brother?
Well, I can't stop thinking about the tariffs every single morning when I make an espresso and then I go to release a bowel movement. I start thinking about the tariffs and what that means for our economy. Plus, when you do the forced, mass demigration and you deport hundreds of thousands of hardworking laborers and you add in the tariffs, we are further deconstructing economic opportunity, which is less trade internally and less trade externally. It's madness. You don't prick a bubble, you keep inflating a bubble. You keep inflating. You don't prick. You do not prick. You inflate. You do not prick.
Aren't you a Trump supporter?
I support America and our destiny. It's not about one man. That complaint is too many people project onto Donald Trump their internal emotional state, and they're unaware of it. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. And sometimes all communication is comedy. But the tariffs just keep me up every night, especially in the morning when I make the bowel movement after the Nespresso. Tariffs.
So you woke up on Memorial Day and decided to remember that this wasn't your version of politically correct?
Like, you know what this is.
Anon does open up the opportunity to record, but it's still just not like a very good recording because I'm filming cell phone to cell phone. Some people have perfected screen recording virtually, and there are other people recording your room, not just me. But if you're on YouTube, but you'll never find it because it's not like labeled to, some way that you could find it. You just can't find it. And nobody watches it. So it's really just like a labor of love and an artistic endeavor, which requires work and time and effort and value. So it is what it is, but it's not commercially successful. And that's okay. I mean, I enjoy doing what I do, To me, it's like, how do I continue to optimize my productivity? And unfortunately, people don't like what I do, but to me, like if there was ever an actual franchise or some type of way to earn and monetize industry, like you ladies can have a YouTube channel for God's sakes. You would be a valued YouTube publisher. I don't understand why you don't do it.
Do you think that we don't know that? Some people have different lives than the lives that you live. And maybe for purposes unbeknown to a lot of people, we don't. Like, has that ever crossed anybody's mind?
Of course, but my argument is that you're here anyways.
But my argument is, if I'm not going to do it for myself, why would I want somebody else to take my voice?
Hello? You angry? I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry?
I didn't give you.
I'm happy.
Because I
leave me alone.
So you taking somebody's picture, you taking somebody's voice, and monopolizing it at the risk that something could happen to me. That's the point of my head. And it was
Yeah, I mean, I think the only appropriate doxing would be is if somebody's making death threats. If you are a low-class racist piece of shit, well, that could also possibly be considered dox worthy. But the death threat stuff, and I have dealt with people on here that have made death threats against me, and I doxed them, and I notified the police and the FBI in their area.
That's something different. Yeah, that's fair. That's different. Yeah, I wouldn't tolerate that either. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about people not agreeing with what somebody says.
Yeah, I've never doxed anybody. I've never, like, from this room, I've put out fake news that I, notified Patty's boss one time and she got fired, just to see if, like, my little butterfly effect ripple could cause some friction. And I think it worked. But it wasn't true. It was fake news.
No, it didn't work. Wait a minute, you did what now? Why would you do that? Why would you even play like that? You did that for what now?
I don't know. I was in a room one time and I was just like talking about your room, and we were talking about your room, and I said, yeah, I notified Patty's boss and I doxed her and she's gonna get terminated because she's on here 40 hours a week instead of working. And they were like, you did that? I was like, yeah, I did that. She's gone. By Friday, she'll be terminated. And they were all like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. And I was like, yep, I'm sick of that room. But it wasn't true. I was just playing with them.
Honestly, I didn't care. Because somebody. You put my name in it? You said my name too? No, he just said me. But when that happened,
Yeah, it was just me. It was just me effing with that room. And no, I didn't mention First Lady because, Patty's like a real name. First Lady's not necessarily a name. But,
Oh, you're talking about that's not a real name to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who you are. But Ban carries this room. The GOAT, Isaiah, whoever he is. He carries this room. His monologue, and his energy is what, really makes this show possible. Without Ban, ladies, I hate to tell you, you would not have a show. You would not have a show without Ban.
Again, we can't control the world. I can't control Ben. Whether he wants to stay, whether he wants to leave, whether he wants to come, whether he wants to go. And nobody can replicate him. He is his own person, which is a beautiful thing. So, but at the end of the day, when we say carry this show, that was never the point of this particular space when it was created. It wasn't about a show. It wasn't about, hey, come listen to us so we can put on an acrobatic show for you. No, it was to bring news. Yeah. So we actually been doing this room over a year with just females. Did you know that? You've been recording our rooms. I think he came around back in September, maybe, right? September, October. Yeah, around that time. Yeah. Maybe even November. Yeah, but we already had like 18,000 people by then. It was before Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was before Thanksgiving. And I'm not sure if you was here during Halloween. Yeah, and we just hit our year mark probably 2 months before that. We were at 18,000. But I get it. I mean, when it comes down to, the everyday thing, because, and that's the thing that makes this particular space different than a lot of people, and people want to know how it keeps on moving, is because we all work together.
Okay. Well, I would say that I was very incensed and upset the day that Charlie Kirk was killed, and the things that people were saying in Politically Correct, particularly a homosexual, gay African-American man. And the things that he was saying were so upsetting me and so disappointing. I know it's not reflective of the entire African-American community, but the things that were said in this room after a murder of an innocent man were so upsetting to me personally and disappointing. It didn't wake me up, but it alerted me to the actual real friction and divide amongst Americans, because it's not our people, it's the American people. You got to get your words right. It's Americans. Hello?
That's the thing about how people choose to judge, because I took a lot of slack for that. Because I'm the type of person of integrity and certain things. Like, I don't feel like I would want that to be associated with me, because I wouldn't want people in my real life to think that I'm associated with that. There was a lot of pushback. Like, oh, you can't say that, for weeks. Even after it happened, if somebody says, if anybody brought the name up, I would zap out. Like, just be quiet. Let's not even talk about that. Why is it that they can do da-da-da-da-da? Certain people can do things in this world and get away with it. Certain people can't. And I'm not saying that you can't be that person. But in this particular space, just respect the space. So when people judge and they say, oh, this happened, well, how long did you stay? Because just because you didn't see the fight back at that time, because people like me are very strategic. I know when to say something. Sometimes when the stove is too hot, you just can't open up and be like, oh, well, let me just go ahead and say this, because then it's just going to make the situation worse. But there are plenty of times that there was pushback in regards to it. And I care about life.
Can I ask a question? This is interesting. I'm afraid the question in two different parts. And there's going to be three parts. First, the individual, and then George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. And I'm talking about the individual. It's amazing to me how people care more about people that don't know and cannot go home and then their relationship with their own parents, their brothers and sisters, and they're deeply wounded by something they may see on TV with Charlie Kirk or George Floyd. I'm going to tell you why I'm telling this story. I sympathize because it's not about the person or what happened. It's about how people see their lives and how disconnected they are from their own lives. I met a gentleman when George Floyd got killed, and he was marching. It was a black guy with like 500 white people marching with him. And, there was a lot of noise. When I came out my home, when I started walking and following the crowd, finally met up with the gentleman. And we started talking, and I said, I like what you're doing here. Take my business card if you need some help or I'm starting a nonprofit, call me. And he called me the next day. So I started talking to him. And I said to him, he said that he just got out of jail like 3 months ago, and so what happened to George Floyd? He got involved, he became an activist, blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, you just came out of jail. I said, where are you now? He was in a halfway house, and I said, I can't help you. He said, why not? I said, let me ask you a question. You have any kids? I said, you have a wife, girlfriend? He said, yes. I said, have you seen any of your family members since you came out of jail? He said, no. I said, I cannot help you until you go and call your daughter. He hasn't seen his daughter in 12 years, hasn't seen his girlfriend who's baby mother. Otherwise, I said, I cannot help you until you go see your daughter and go apologize to your girl. A week later, the guy called me back in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks later, he called me back. And he was thanking me and crying on the phone because what I said to him messed him up in his mind, because I said it to him, it was about the humanity of your own life and fixing your own business before you pay attention to other people's business. And he realized in that moment that what I said to him was so true that he couldn't hide from it anymore. And a stranger said it to him in a way where it was so impactful that he wanted to call me back, and I helped him in the situation and everything else. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, because when I hear people, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk,
Hello?
and all these great people, it's great to admire great people that's doing great things or have sacrificed their lives to resonate in your life. But what all that is demonstrating to you is, where in your life are you dealing with the living people that you're not taking responsibility for forgiving yourself, forgiving your mom and your pop for doing
I like that story that you just told, and it's amazing that happened to you, that you were able to help rectify that man's mind. And I would just that I guess my critique and complaint about the way that people communicate on this app is that it's not really a very good exchange of knowledge. Plus, there's also time duration, so we can't transfer large amounts of information to each other. That's what books are for. And so I'm just saying, I understand this is entertainment and social activity, but you can come on here and read a book for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. One true sentence is better than a million illogical, ridiculous, woke, liberal, intellectual sentences. So to me, the book club is really the future, and it is the best now and best experience you can have, which is in poetry is a very quick remedy to a lot of the social ills we have. I mean, Fix It here talked to a guy who had a communication failure. So we have a failure to communicate knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, value in a short amount of time. And that's because a lot of people want to be entertaining. Like, I think Ban is actually very entertaining. But I question the opportunity cost even for him to come on this app when you have a career and a family and a car to go whack. Always do the same shtick. And that's the put down shtick. Yeah, that's right. Ban is an ad hominem projector who puts people down to make himself feel better inside. He's a fake elitist. That's not what the elite really do.
All right, so wait a minute, hold up. Because here's another thing that happens. All of us sit down and listen with him, with you. And we paid attention to what led to the ad hominems. When paid attention to the height of it, we would see that a lot of times he is not the aggressor. He's the responder. You see? But a lot of times people don't want to pay attention to it because they get caught up in the emotion and the feeling that's happening at the moment. But they forgot how we got there. And with recording, you can go back and you can actually listen and actually judge. But most times people don't actually go back and listen to get there, to really understand. And that's one of the experiences that we don't last night. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of people come on this ad, you're coming in, you're making your suggestions, you got a chance to speak, right? We allow you to speak and tell us what you think is the future of this ad. But not everybody thinks alike. And you are entitled to your opinion. The thing is, go make that work for yourself. You don't have a place here because we're not friends to come and tell somebody what they should be doing and how they can be successful. You go and you create that for yourself. Doesn't that make sense? It makes sense to me.
Guess you got me. So hey y'all, let's go ahead and start our regular routine with our Meet the Press. Y'all know how it goes. It's 24 hours old. If there's any updates, we can work on the update. We don't go straight through it. We try our best to do breaks in between.
Hey, P-Will, I saw you say hi. I just didn't get a chance to play you back. Alright, I'm going to be ashamed for my hair.
Today's not Meet the Press, I'm sorry. It's we play. God. We're not doing a Meet the Press anymore on Monday. We're doing Damn it. Give me a second, y'all.
What's the nation? Was that what we're doing?
Damn it. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can I ask a question? What is the percentage of women in the U.S. Army?
Well,
Just let it go through.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and start Meet the Press, y'all. Let's see who's on Meet the Press today. So this week, or not Meet the Press, Face the Nation. This week on Face the Nation, let's see. Talking about President Trump. Says a peace deal with Iran has been largely negotiated.
Well, they have no choice. It's not Venezuela.
Okay.
But he dodged a war back in the day. He did. He got drafted, and then he got, so this is fake from the beginning. He doesn't care.
Well, let me explain what's going on with Face the Nations on this one. Reports from Tel Aviv and Senator Chris Van Hollen discusses the possible deal. Medal of Honor recipients, retired Lieutenant Colonel William Stevenson and retired Command Sergeant Major Matthew Williams are going to be on there. So let's see what they're talking about.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Abraham told him, he's saying, like, we don't want to deal with you. We want Obama to deal with you. We want to deal with Obama.
Okay, that's fine. Let me start Meet the Press first. Not Meet the Press, but okay. Face the Nation.
Appear to be nearing a peace agreement with Iran. We'll have the latest. Sources familiar with the talks tell CBS News that the latest proposal to end the war, which is now in its 13th week, includes a process to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the unfreezing of some Iranian assets held in foreign banks, and a continuation of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. We'll talk to the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, about the impact of the war on the economy. And we'll take a closer look at the outrage on both sides of the aisle this week over the creation of a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization payout fund. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be with us. We'll also hear from a bipartisan duo working to fight anti-Semitism in politics. We are Republican like Paula and New Jersey Democrat Josh Gottheimer. Plus, as the World Health Organization warns that Ebola is spreading rapidly in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we'll talk to Dr. Deborah Burks. And finally, a special Memorial Day conversation with two Medal of Honor recipients about the significance of service.
Oh, I'm offering to buy you a
Just
punch
ahead
and host you.
on
Oh, it's
Face
so
the Nation.
generous. I don't want to go.
Good morning and welcome to Face the Nation. Margaret is off. I'm Nancy Flores. On this holiday weekend, President Trump has been hard at work at the White House to iron out an agreement with Iran. When I spoke to the president on Saturday, he sounded upbeat about and said that he wouldn't even be talking about an agreement if it did not prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Adding, well, we're getting everything we want, and we'll only sign a deal where we get everything we want. But it appears that most of the nuclear decisions would actually be left to the next round of negotiations. And that has some Republicans worried this morning. We're going to begin with senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb reporting from Tel Aviv.
So awesome.
In Delhi this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say about Iran.
I'll leave it to the president to make further announcements on it. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made.
On Saturday, President Trump held a conference call with leaders of several Arab and Muslim countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, the UAE, and Pakistan. In a Truth Social post afterwards, the president said an agreement has largely been negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Pakistan's Army Chief Qasim Munir, who's been acting as the mediator, was in Tehran at the time, working with Iranian leaders as part of attempts to narrow the remaining gaps in Washington. At a meeting where Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Esmail Baghaei said over the past week, the process has moved towards reducing the points of disagreement, but there are still issues that need to be discussed through the mediators. Those points of disagreement include the fate of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's frozen assets in foreign banks, and its nuclear program, which includes a large stockpile of nearly bomb-grade highly enriched uranium, which which the president says is his red line. And after his calls with Muslim and Arab leaders last night, President Trump also spoke to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, a senior Israeli political source has told CBS News that the potential agreement between the U.S. and Iran would also see an end to the war there.
Imtiaz Taya, thank you so much. Some key Republicans would quote be a disaster and that everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be for naught. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas said if the result of all that is to be an Iranian regime now receiving billions of dollars being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons, then that outcome would be a disastrous mistake. We turn now to Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator, thank you so much for being with me.
That's a good guy.
It's good to be with you, Nancy.
So I want to stress that all of this is still evolving. We're getting different takes on the terms of the deal from the Americans and the Iranians. But what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Well, Nancy, this war against Iran has been a big blunder from the very start. The president should have stuck to his campaign pledge of keeping us out of war and focused on bringing down prices. He's done just the opposite. Prices are going up, interest rates are going up, and we're mired in this war in Iran. And when you're digging a hole, you should stop digging. That's what this agreement sounds like. It sounds like we will go back to opening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was open before the war started. I will say, however, it looks like Iran will retain more control over those straits. We also know Iran has an even more hardline regime in place now, and we're talking about releasing some of Iran's frozen assets. So, look, my view is, as I said, stop digging.
I want to ask you about something that stirred up a lot of controversy on both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill this week, the DOJ's new anti-weaponization fund. Nearly $1.8 billion set aside for people who say they were treated unfairly by the federal government. You've been calling it a political slush fund. You are trying to force Republicans to take a vote on placing some guardrails around that fund. What kind of guardrails are you talking about?
Hello?
Well, Nancy, first we should get rid of this slush fund.
Hello?
$1 billion of taxpayer money. But I have been proposing amendments to prohibit, for example, people who rioted on January 6th and assaulted police officers from being eligible for the fund. People who have been convicted of child molestation, they should not be eligible for the fund. Members of Congress should not be eligible for the fund. And I would hope all Republicans, including Republican candidates, should come out strongly against this slush fund, which the president has set up for these purposes.
You pushed the acting attorney general this week on that question of whether people who attacked police officers would be eligible for the fund. I asked the president about that this week as well. He did not say that those people would be ineligible. Senate Republicans were very angry about this, and they really gave it to the acting attorney general behind closed doors this week. That there is an appetite
on these amendments that I've proposed and others have proposed. So we'll see how this all turns out. We should get rid of this political slush fund altogether, and we will insist on having these votes when we get back.
I've been told by a senior administration official that there are now some urgent efforts underway to address the concerns that Republicans have raised about this fund. But they continue to insist they've got the right to do this, and that in fact, they already have the ability to make these payouts, and if anything, they're making the process more transparent by coming up with rules, by appointing commissioners, and all the rest. What do you think of that argument?
Well, that's absurd, and this is really corrupt from the start. I mean, this is essentially President Trump negotiating with President Trump through the acting attorney general, who was Trump's former personal lawyer. They set it up so they have complete control over the 5 members of this commission that can be selected. President Trump can fire any of them whenever he wants. And so this is completely under their control, a slush fund, and they've not committed, Nancy, to being completely transparent. The acting attorney general refused to say that they would disclose the names of all the people who received these taxpayer funds. So let's be
Garcia of your home state, Maryland. You visited him in El Salvador after he was wrongfully deported to that country, placed in the Supermax prison Cipote. The judge said that DOJ's prosecution of him was vindictive, and DOJ now says it plans to appeal. Have you spoken to him or his family? How are they feeling about this decision?
Nancy, I have spoken to him and his wife, Jennifer, and they're, of course, pleased that the court system have applied the law. This was absolutely a vindictive prosecution. The judge called it essentially an abuse of power because the Trump administration brought these new charges against him because he decided to exercise his due process and constitutional rights. They have admitted that they had wrongfully disappeared him to El Salvador, and he contested that. And of course, he is now back. They're still trying to deport him, but he filed his claims under the Constitution. And so this case is not about Gilmar Abrego Garcia alone. This is really about the rights of each and every one of us. And when the Trump administration decided to vindictively prosecute him for that, they were further threatening the rights of all of us.
We've got about a minute left, but I want to ask you about this election autopsy that was finally released by the Democratic National Committee this week. Do you feel like you got any answers from that autopsy on why the Democrats lost?
He has said he owns this problem. He should have just ripped the Band-Aid off earlier and put it out.
I'm offering to
Now
go
we're
your
6
pancake
months
and
from
host
a very
it.
important
Thank you,
election.
fan. I
Okay,
just
so
want to let
we should not just go back to the
I know we listened.
what I've said from the beginning. It was a
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toast.
They fixed it.
that we
Go on mute, guys. We'll talk about it after he's done with his
That's a good
segment,
guy.
okay?
understand their financial and economic pain and their daily struggles, and that we're going to do something about it. We're going to fight for them, and we're going to fight against the special interests, very powerful special interests who try to stack the deck against them.
Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, any comments? Now you can comment, Jay Fresh.
I mean, she won. Elon Musk, he did it, you know. His ex-girl, you know, was it like last week when she admitted, like, they know how to, like, take the system, which is not nothing, you know. But everything that's happening is for a reason, you know.
But
There's a reason why the one got in front of you.
We don't know.
Okay, can I speak,
Okay.
me understanding how America works, you know. America controls the world, and then they're afraid of losing that power, but they start losing from the beginning, from the dollarization, you know. Right now, I'm from South Sudan. I mean, over there we use dollar. We don't even care about country money. America controls two oil companies, which is Iran. When Iran stopped that, so the dollar about dropped. He might not have no value, but Donald Trump was just fucking up everything. He thought he was gonna go through the plan that the way it's ran. It just backfired because people are just giving up in America, and then we understand this 8 billion people. We can't have more people. Sometimes it's evil. People have to die just for other people to eat kind of stuff, you know.
I don't think we gave up in America, Jay Fresh. You might be mad with the situation we're in, but I don't think Americans have given up.
I don't think people have to die.
I can't even shampoo my hair in peace. Was that on the clip?
Well, I mean, with Uncle Obama,
on the clip.
Uncle Obama,
TT, I'm sorry, what you said?
That was not on the clip. I was
You
wondering
sure?
the same thing.
Because I was sitting there and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to stop shampooing my hair right now. And I'm going to get out and I'm going to ask this question with the dripping wet hair. Was that what the clip was about?
That was not what the clip was about.
I mean, how often should you shampoo your hair? It's only like once a
We
week.
gave it. Let's go on mute.
That's definitely not what the clip was about. So the clip is about the autopsy of I thought Jay Fresh was talking about the election. And then he were to actually say clearly validate claims about her baby daddy, who she's in the middle of the custody battle with. But that's not on clip.
Jefferson Park News. There's been a car accident.
Hey everyone. Today I want to talk about this. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial.
He criticized the
When someone is
he talked about his visit with
oh, really? Septillion years.
Everybody's in each other's faces, everybody gets arrested. I said, ultimately, who is this good for? Because John the Builder himself, his life is over.
What political
The adolescent who flees in relation
and he talked about
pride in being wrong with trying to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why are these Democrats like panning the report anyway? They're saying like it's not worth it, or it doesn't say anything useful.
Well, do you know what the argument is? What are they saying?
AOC said it doesn't say anything useful, basically. So
okay.
It was a breakdown on what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I listened. Did you want feedback on the Meet the Press clip you just played?
No, that wasn't Meet the Press. That was actually Face the Nation. But yes.
Oh, Face the Nation.
When we do, you should know this. You've been recording rooms long enough. When we do the news, or you probably come out because of copyright infringement. But when we do the news piece, what happens is we do breaks so we can talk about the news or the piece. Because everybody on here has ADHD and you play something too long, they fall asleep or they run away. You don't want to hear the entire news clip. So we're playing it piece by piece so we can break it down if there's any updates. And I just brought up what he spoke about.
Hey, Dad, happy Memorial Day. Yes, I am fine. Farron called me and text messaged me, and he said, hey, if you want to fly out to Seattle and go to the river, and we will host you, we will pay for you. So that was a very nice offer of them, but I told them I have to decline because, I have too many things going on here, and it's important for me to be focused and centered here in Chicago, where my life and assets are, and not go, hang out at our river. So just telling you, everything is well. I hope you get this voice note message. You can always send me a voice note message. Hope you're well. Have a great day. And tell Patty I said hello. Take care. Bye.
They're using the word slush. So first of all, help me understand how you're saying that it's not a slush.
Okay, just for clarification, you're talking about the monies from the IRS or something else?
Right, but the reason why they're quote unquote calling it a slush fund is because of how the money has moved from the DOJ into a private.
So they're doing that purposely to make it look like it's criminal, but it isn't. Of any criminal activities.
Just fiduciary and then escrow. The lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to.
But it just, America's losing power. America's losing power. Back in the 90s, yes, they're strong, but it's just when you're losing power, this breaks. You have a lot of things that's going against you with how the word is spinning. The word is changing. You don't accept it.
You think that's on topic?
That's not your topic, but it get back to the same topic, the same thing all over again. It's gonna get back to that.
Who's doing worse, America or Europe? I would venture to guess Europe.
Well, the whole world.
All right, so now we're going down a rabbit hole. Let's come back. David, you were saying it's not a slush fund. We got down in a rabbit hole. You guys told me that that's illegal, but I'm just going by what's being reported, and that's what they've been calling it. So when somebody says it's not,
Sorry.
I got it. I understand you saying they're doing it purposely. Okay, but what else did you want to say about it, David?
I reserve the balance of my time.
David, that was the settlement from Trump's IRS that resulted in the slush fund. It sounded like you thought you were talking about different things, but I think you guys were talking about the same thing.
No. So the settlement from...
Do that money have all day?
So let's just take a break for a second. No, the settlement from the IRS, was they could not investigate him for his past when it comes to his tax filings. That was the settlement. Now this DOJ thing, which already existed, where there was funding appropriated from Congress in case there was like someone sued the government because of something that the government did for Congress. That's what that funding was for. Some of that money,
There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all and say,
already exhausted your limits. Please, for the last time.
When you're on this app, talk to me.
Yeah, you're gonna get dropped, Jay Crush. You can listen to Indigo, and then you can put in the chat, and then we'll bring you up as needed.
There's a lot of rules. I have to go speak to other people.
Okay, babe. Well, have a good day. That would be great. That's fine. Go to the other appreciate that. Eat to them. I think they want to see you.
Goodbye.
I appreciate it.
Patty, you have open invitation on you. You don't have the invitations locked down. I think anybody can come up.
Oh, yeah. We're okay. We know. We got it. Hey, Patty, is this your first room? I think so. Oh.
So, can I mention something about that? What was mentioned in the Face the Nation?
Okay, 45 seconds. Don't go too far, John.
Okay, so Trump, had a presser a day and a half ago. El Normo and I were actually there at the White House because we launched the Jewish News Network. And we were there to witness Trump talk about the future peace negotiation with Iran. And all I got to say is I'm very optimistic about the future. And I unfortunately think a lot of elite liberal intellectual Democrats are very pessimistic and even nihilistic. And I think as Americans, we have to look towards wisdom and knowledge and trade as our future. That will always be our future of prosperity and abundance. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak. And God bless you all this beautiful Memorial Day. I hope everybody here has the best Clubhouse day they've ever had in these 5 years of friction and conflict. But now, hopefully, we can have resolution now that ban has officially been banned from the app. Oh my God. That was beautiful. That was the best speech I think I've ever made. Go to mayorkitover.com. Vote John Kitover, February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and MayorKitover.com and ChicagoMayorElection.com and ChicagoMayorall.com. Follow me on Instagram at John Kitover. Ribono Shalom. Go to MayorKitover.com right now and enjoy your day.
Monday, I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Memorial Day. God bless those that sacrificed their life. And for our freedom, I'm grateful for those wonderful people.
Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of those. Charlie Kirk is the Patriot of the Year. Charlie Kirk.
Speaking while I'm speaking, sir.
I was just bringing up Charlie Kirk.
You're being rude.
Well, I thought it was rude when you guys demonized Charlie Kirk on the day of his assassination. That was rude too.
Always be water, okay? And I don't need your oil in my water. I really truly don't. So why don't you just go ahead and find yourself a new spot for today? Because I'm not doing it with you. I don't know why you're trying to get a rise out of people. We already had that discussion. I already said what I said, that I definitely told people not to do that. And here you are bringing this back up. This is when your inability to be able to communicate starts kicking in. I don't know if you have Asperger's or what. I'm not sure. But whatever disabilities you had.
That's ad hominem projection, baby. Ad hominem projection.
No, there's...
Let me go ahead and continue to play the clip, because I don't think y'all paid attention to the first clip.
This morning, I appreciate it. And we'll be right back. We go now to a bipartisan pair of representatives. Josh Gottheimer is a Democrat from New Jersey, and Mike Lawler is a Republican from New York. Congressman, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for having us.
It's talented. It's talented. It's talented.
shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my son of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret. There's a 40% chance I end up in prison at the end of this.
You just redeemed yourself, Rush. You just redeemed yourself, Rush. That was all. That was worth it. That was worth it. Worth it. That was worth it.
Real talk, though, happy birthday. God bless you and your family. We're going to Shalom. Today's a beautiful day. And just be peace, love, and prosperity to all. Just we gotta be optimistic. I'm very optimistic, regardless of the TDS and everything going on. Like, why would it be against my country? You know, it's kind of good. But yeah, happy Memorial Day.
The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, is to see your child. The gender as yours, the naked splendor of New York. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The wind blown is starry blue. Her mind wanketh not soon. My joy is to see your child.
chair, then the caps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall obey and the Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and tithe pure. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham Gabriel. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dawn, the waves of music, the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine a conquering Lord, or a avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice on the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abraham, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. triumph and conquering love. Chorus, I'm finished up by the song I invoke thee. In my heart is my form of revenge. Let it strike at my beginning by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of love. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The sign given of none, save it be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. I am the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and disciple. Mine is sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and my devil figure at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that will cower in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine heart is not no weight of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Might is the red triangle reverse this time, giving up none say the be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Might is the garment of white, soon. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. For me with labor and pain and fear by my body, I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the six and rose and cross of life and love. Giving the sun remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, of flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Revelation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and an escrow. You know, the lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted. The bigger problem.
So it's
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be. Please don't.
my fear turned gold in your eyes.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card.
I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay. The studio quiet, I loved it. Stop thinking. Take the deepest breath of it all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One more step. You can't stop believing. Came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than fear turned cold in your eyes, and my old night broke. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of lonely days, stop thinking like I was Cyrus, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. From the feeling, one more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brief step, take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Wisdom of God, I'm yours.
Yo, ass, man. Walk away. Just walk away, bro. Walk away. It's cool, bro. Walk away. I hope it's a girl. Could this be one of the oldest breads in the world? In the U.S., almost no one has seen it. That's because this method survives only in a few old bakeries in China. Every morning, the baker boils about 100 eggs. Then he mixes yeast, milk powder, and whole milk until smooth. Adds the eggs and heaps of flour and kneads. The dough starts sticky but becomes golden and elastic after repeated pressing. Next comes the secret. Stretching and folding the dough repeatedly until it forms a thin, nearly transparent membrane. The key to its softness. The dough is divided, rolled, and placed into other round balls. Then it goes into the oven. Not at all. It's steamed over fire, letting it rise one last time, just as people did centuries ago. The air fills with the scent of eggs and milk. When the lid lifts, the bread is golden, soft, and delicate. Not sweet like modern pastries. Could this be one of the oldest?
Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. Was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't draw. Then you touched my trouble.
Hey everyone, today I'll be talking about this book. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is
Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, not 9, stay. We shall move at the chosen
Not that long ago, from
clouds of infinite space. Is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all.
My numbers are going down. Uh-oh.
They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a son and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. They shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children. 16. For he is ever a son, and she a moon. But to him is going its secret, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows of splendorous serpent. 19 hours your linen woman upon them. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. Is the naked splendor of the witch. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of a deep glow. Starry blue are mine, a wink of Nakhonsu. Both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are wide awake at the soon. My joy is to see your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wind of the starry blue, her mind awake doth Nahor soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret sense of my heart and my heart. Behold, it is revealed why I was the minister of poor Patras. Because he's in the tomb, and the who in the cats. Night worship and the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall obey and the law. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of unsacred thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold, the flashing of my land wear. By my right the song that I made alone to invoke the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, by the song I invoke thee. My hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a promise and time pure. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white gold, and mine the blue fear of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shine the conquering Lord. Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice on the 5, the voice on the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I told thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I told thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse. The sign giving up none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I told thee. Mine is the garment of white. So I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of rolling air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, a whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be
came like dawn in my head, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 at 11. I breathe in your holy cold. And the storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that oxen of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as son of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their Soon I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Fourteen of the temperatures that naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret wonders of our deep glow. The starry blue are mine, awake of night soon. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars. Above you, and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of Hades. The wind blows, the starry blue are mine, awake at night. Is to see your joy.
and I invoke thee. Free man is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike! Strike a master chord. Draw! Draw the flaming sword. Draw! Triumph and conquering Lord. Horror! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my heart is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the adopted man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and care. By my body I invoke thee. All me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birth, to run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
Well, I mean, he wasn't like wrong about it, the facts. It's just that he thinks that his words are going to change your mind.
Well, again, I think that we didn't have a place to debate, right? Because he's a religious letter. For him, this is more religious belief. Yeah.
I'll leave you guys for just a little bit. You guys get yourselves in trouble. What are you doing?
Are you taking it up to your kids?
I'm trying to find women I'm attracted to. They're the only ones I'm seeing are taken.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time, giving of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the name in I know thee. Mine is the garment of white.
Love me.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or falling air, or of raging fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk the sign, the invocation comes therefore I say unto thee, from the forest will it be, so let every spirit, let the root of sacrifice, all of the ether, all of the earth, all of the isolate or in the water, a flowing air, all consuming fire, and every spirit source of God, the false one, life beneath I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, on whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the last one, my being. Mine is the head of the hawk, and ends in six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. Abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than none. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. my hands, soft but strong. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you cannot believe it. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Holy Ghost, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, cannot let I breathe in your holy cold. And the storm in my head lays down like a pile. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure living woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my son, infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, as your leading woman, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are foes that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the chapters rise, the naked splendor of the witch. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep winged globe. The starry blue are mine, Wenk of Nakhonsu. These are fools that men do, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy.
be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of night to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Our needs, my secret sense of my heart and my thought. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God and God. Praise the cats is in the dome, not the who in the cats. Night worship and the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on the sacred deed of the evil one. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the passing of my that I wear. to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering Lord, Horus by the song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I voice of the sailors, all of voices ever below. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is clean as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and I fear. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veer of the interlinear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of beauty in the soul that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right is thy king. 11 are the voices, abracadabra. By my body I invoke thee. I will shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and my blue figure at the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that trouble power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke. Yeah, mine are the dark blue waves of music in the sun that I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike the master, strike the flaming sword, giant conquering Lord, our Lord, having God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, my God be thee, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by your brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head radiance white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the Since I bear the rose and cross of life and life, giving the sun its remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the ether, of flowing air, or of raging fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beat. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and life. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when let's stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the fear. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my life. I breathe in your holy cold and the storm in my head lays down upon wisdom of God. Now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light.
Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blythe. Really interesting. This book on John.
And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know the chosen priest, my son, infinite space, is the prince priest into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him unto him. Come forth, all children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 miles and kiss the secret orders of the glow, starry blue the only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. These are fools that men do, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in you. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy. The secret orders of Hades. The wicked glow, the starry blue. I awake at dawn soon. My joy is to see your joy.
heaven.
Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by eyes, the minister of war upon the clouds is in the gloom, not the gloom in the clouds. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret sense of my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God and God. Because it's in the gloom, not the gloom in the cats. I worship them the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall do the many and the Lord. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse the sign given on one sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the Department of Justice, and Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice?
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The clouds shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save thee, O Lord. Mine is the love and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the threshing of hay, as I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and time is done. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know a dawn through waves of music and the song that I made of all to invoke thee. thy hand is thy sword of revenge, and it's right in thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke it. I use the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke it. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe. I invoke white and gold. And find the blue figure of the interior tail by my crown. I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth. So run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I get upon top double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord of God, blue waves of music in the song that I made a moment to invoke thee. Strike
turned gold in your eyes, and my whole life broke in two.
And even though they'd be willing to die, why you witness the secret, they're also blind.
I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay.
Yeah, I mean, the basic reason is like, basic fact of human psychology is human beings are motivated towards self-preservation, right? And we also know that
Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step. came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my letter. I breathe in your holy cover. The storm in my head lays down like a pile. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking in your problems. Take is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. To him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are foes that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth under the stars and take your fill of love. My joy is to see your joy. For till the chambers rise that make a splendor of the wind, she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of glow star blue are mine, wank of Nakhunsu. is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year. The unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister for God crept. 8, the couch is in the cool. Not the poo in the cups. 9, worship then the cups, and behold my the many and the known. The manifestation of new wheat to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of God and God. Because he's in the tomb, not the who in the cats. 9, worship them the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants lead you on secret, they shall know the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. Highness, I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold, the blessing of my land I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of my voice and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke my fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee, not call of glory. By my fingers I invoke under the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To Child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke voice of the fight, voice of the saints, given all the voices ever and Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The clouds behind the diamonds of radiance, white and red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I told thee, voice and five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my northern dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike! Strike the master chord. Draw! Draw the flaming sword. Draw! Triumph and conquering love. Chorus! A big jump! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my vision. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Set it be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the wonderful power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham. In the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a world to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, join the conquering Lord, our Lord, of his God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I fly with thee, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn.
I just, not much of a video.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, bright and pure. By their brightness, wide is the
Hey Soma, good evening. Yes, I do have WhatsApp, but I don't actually really use it. And I have a Motorola, but feel free to send me a voice note. And I hope you're having a lovely evening. Feel free to send me a voice note.
Well, he's taking me out at 5 in the morning now because he's going to the gym now. The last 3 days we went out in the rain. We were out shooting. He's getting up 200 shots and 100 makes, and he's not leaving until he does it. He's putting in the work. He's exercising, buying all these with me at the gym.
Shouldn't you leave those jobs in the NBA for kids who are growing up in projects? Like,
I don't know about that, but it's a tough take. But there is something, a derivative of that, where it was in Europe. My kid didn't grow up fighting like I did, right? So I want my son to be a dog when he's out on the court, but I did not raise him to be a dog, right? Like I raised him to not be a pushover, but at the same time, he's not a like.
No, he goes out there and he bows gently and doffs his cap.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
I'm trying to get him to. It's like it's not too late, but there's kids that have an advantage on that. Like we were working. He's like, Dad, I need you to push me like harder. Like, what do I need to do? And I'm like, all right. I was like, honestly, you want the real deal? You would really want me to tell you? He's like, yeah. I'm like, you're way too soft. He's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, all right, go do a layup. Right? So he doesn't do the layup, but I say, okay, I'm going to cover you lightly. I want to see what you do, right? So he's trying to get around my outstretched arm to block him. And I'm like, bro, like, do you watch the good players in the NBA? Do you watch the good players in college? He doesn't obviously watch enough of it. And I'm like, do you know how you do a layup if you want to be successful? He's like, no. And I'm like, all right, you stand there and I'm going to do one. And I knocked him over. Like I put my shoulder into him as it went through. And he's like, oh. He's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, all right, so you do it. So he comes in, he hits me with his shoulder, and he like goes up for layup, and he got it in. And he like had a smile on his face. I'm like, yes, bro. I'm like, why are you playing nice with these kids out there? Like, I'm not saying to hurt the kids in your team, but why are you trying to avoid contact? Like, you see, like, you can't stand how much Shea goes to the line. For this guy Shea on the Oklahoma, he goes to the line like 11 times a game. He draws fouls. He's a flopper. And I'm like, but part of it is because he goes in and creates contact, bro. You got to lead with your shoulder. Stop trying to avoid the contact and go in and, this is my basket and I'm going to score it. If you're in my way, I'm going to knock you over. That's kind of the mindset, So.
Yeah, if the lane is clear, when you decide to take it, it's yours.
Yeah. But the lane's almost never clear, so you have to make it clear.
You gotta fake a little bit, get that guy to step one to one side, and then you go to the other side. If he doesn't step, you go outside.
And if he doesn't step, you go through him, is what I'm talking about. Your right shoulder, if you're left-handed, needs to meet him on his right shoulder. He's reaching towards you, you're banging him off the block, you adjust for the contact, and then you shoot. So we did like 50 of those. My shoulder
Well,
was
the thing is, you can't make contact with somebody who's not moving.
right.
Turns out everybody's moving.
Yeah, everybody's moving. Yeah, game speed is different. But anyways, my shoulder was hurting after he was done because I started figuring it out. I was like, that's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm like, you can't go to practice tomorrow trying to be avoiding people because you're taller than them and stuff like same thing on defense. You got to know they're coming at you. They're going to hit you like that. You got to brace for that or get out of the way. Like one of the two. Go for the steal. Do it something. But you just stand there. You just like barbecue chicken, bro. They're just going to knock you over. And
the trick is to mesh like gears. You got to like put the tooth in and you got to roll around it.
What?
Wait a second.
What?
What's wrong with barbecue chicken? I like barbecue chicken.
You gotta put your shoulder into their shoulder and then roll around those shoulders like they're pair of gears.
You could, but I just wanted to knock the person over. So.
You don't want to knock them over. We taught you to make child that way. You want to roll around that shoulder.
I like knocking them over.
Ain't a lot of rolling, bro. Ain't a lot of rolling. It's hit them, get the foul called on them. That's how it works. And have enough toughness to still score the basket. And even if you miss, they see you coming out.
You get the shot of the one.
Yeah, you get the one. Yeah, they start stepping out of the way. They see you coming. I'm like, bro, when I come at you full speed, are you gonna stand there? He's like, no. I'm like, exactly. I'm like, it's not just because I'm bigger than you. It's because you know what I'm gonna do.
Are you gonna use AI like Ben does to help him get a 3-point shot that never misses?
Yeah, well, Dad has a really good 3-point shot, so he's just trying to do it. No, but he follows the way I shoot, which is not bad. He's got a lot better shooting. His shooting has got, that's probably one of the things that's picked up the quickest. But you run you do 50 makes from point checks, 5 different spots, and then back up from 3-point line. You do 50 makes. You're doing it a day, twice a day. You can really check this book on John Locke. Comparatively, compared to what they're doing. Then a couple of weeks go by, it's like you're a month better than you were, just keep doing that. It feels like you're 2-3 years ahead at the end of the year when they see you again. Like, but the only thing with him is he has a chance because he really does.
What are you working out? Nothing. I'm at my place. What are you doing? Are you at like a gym? Where are you working out at? Where? Oh, right there. Your lifetime is nice. You go to Lifetime in Chicago? Well, you're barely sweating yet. You gotta work out harder, break that sweat. Ooh.
Promotion, of course, right? Because they'd be just as fixed as the fixed stars. So it turns out, after more careful analysis, no, I'm saying that's crazy.
If you guys have fetishes for Jewish and Israeli women, just be honest.
Listen,
Okay, why wouldn't I just why wouldn't I just go straight for like parrots or ravens or something else with a big beak? It's not necessary.
Listen, there's no such thing as Israel. If you do a DNA test, nothing shows Israel. It'll show Ukraine, Romania, fucking Poland. That's why in Israel it's bad to do a DNA test. It is bad to do a DNA test.
He's such an idiot.
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
Palestine is a place where unicorns come from because it doesn't exist.
The worst part about living in Palestine is you have to live next door to Jews, for fuck's sake.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The video is violent and extreme. 8 men are dragged into the center of an intersection in Gaza City. We'll pause the video here, but they're then shot several times.
Because of what? No, because of all the shit that you guys put. People need to support them.
And the child pregnancies amongst Muslims is skyrocketing.
Yeah, adulthood and put it in this.
In what world do you claim genocide? The population has gone up.
Or at least I could shoot my guns. I wish you motherfuckers would shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's doing it outside again. Right on.
Do it to you again.
I love homegrown American white trash like you. It's so amazing. Shooting your guns out your window.
I'm on my back porch.
Look like a Selena girl.
Fuck yeah.
I love that, man. Practice makes perfect.
If I did that, I would get like 20 cop cars pull up and they'd take me in jail. And they'd take my guns away.
I told you he was gay.
No, I mean, but like you act like I don't know, like I've been there or not. Like, I know that there's like Sunni, Shia, and Kurds, and like the difference between all the Middle East.
What about Orthodox, Hasidic, Zionism? What about those kind of stuff?
What about?
Oh, I love it, dude. I'm a Zionist. I mean, I wrote a Mazda, the duality of God, from that was 1,500 years before Jesus was born. You want to talk about reading the Tao Te Ching? Because he was an Iranian that went to India and then read like Buddhism and came back and then started Zoroastrianism in like 1500 BC.
You should read the Talmud.
Do you really want to play with a guy that wanted to be a history teacher?
Listen, the Talmud says none of us are human unless we're Jews. So be careful of that.
What do your hadiths say about the Jews?
To respect their religion, but it's not my hadith though.
No, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely. Like, what fucking world do you live in?
Islam says that just
Listen, I have Muslim friends, I have Jewish friends, I have Christian friends.
No, but you're also stupid.
I'm not stupid. So
Have you ever read a hadith or the Quran?
I read every single the Torah, the Quran, and
No, you have not. You're a liar. Liar. If you say that the hadith say to respect Jews, go back to sucking his cock. Just be quiet.
Listen, man. Tell your father to stick his puppy down your asshole.
You know what's cool? You guys can look this up. You see, I'm half Corsican. You can look up Corsica. So I think like 15% of their population is Muslim because you have this problem with them there. But for years and years and years, they did not have a mosque on the island. Because every time they try to build it, you can look this up, Corsica Muslims, and it'll probably give you a shit ton of stories. And then they'd burn it down during construction, or they had a prayer room, and whatever, they were bitching too much about not having a mosque. They would like throw a chopped off pig heads into the prayer room. And
what the fuck are you saying, bro? That's 100% wrong. I have friends.
I think that's fucking amazing. I think it's fucking amazing. You can look it up. And then what they also do is there was a couple imams that they were complaining about, and that were saying we want a mosque, and then they'd end up murdering them. And you know what their biggest problem is though is that in Corsica they have a nationalist separatist movement, and it's a very well armed, very criminal island, and they just did not tolerate them. And it's almost like they had apartheid in Corsica, which is pretty fucking cool if you ask me. Really cool.
All for a picture, man.
I want your ass. I gotta hack your account. I gotta count.
Yeah.
What?
If you look at the flag of Corsica, it is literally a chopped off Moor's head. It's literally a chopped off Moor's head. I'm dead serious. Look at it.
I gotta hack your account.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm guessing it was during Barbary Pirate era.
I think you can remember me. You can remember me. We spoke yesterday, right? You can remember.
I talked to a lot of Muslims.
Okay. Anyways, I followed many people here on this club, and everything I see them here on the same roofs, saying the same things, spreading hatred against Islam.
Listen, when everyone's in their casket, brother, it's not you. I am leading a crusade against the Muslim and the Jew. They're both horrible people. Don't worry. I'm not mistreating you.
Why do you have the same topic every day? Why don't you have various topics?
Dude, honestly, Pepe, I'm not opposed to your idea. I mean, I want there to be a state for Israel, but I don't give a fuck about the Jews in Israel.
You shut up. I'm talking to Pepe. Why don't you have any other topics to discuss?
You want to talk about Pepe?
It's because look at the room I'm in. I didn't make this room. I'm not even a moderator in it, so I didn't pick this topic.
We're just looking at the facts, Mom, and facts.
But every day you are in a room to
it's from world. That's why I'm not.
It's not from Muslim. Every day you are in a room to discuss to insult other people. I don't know why. There's not.
Have you ever thought about having Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Because you can't be redeemed. You can't become one with the Lord, and you can go to heaven.
Actually, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah, okay, but do you believe he's God? Well, you don't believe he's God, unfortunately.
That's God. Yes. I believe in him, but I don't believe he's God. I believe he's an apostle, a messenger of God, but I don't believe him.
I disagree.
Your Quran says the Bible. Your Quran contradicts itself.
No, Quran says
your Quran is contradicting itself. Because either the Bible is true or it's not true. By whom and by when?
Anyways, I'm not talking about
by whom and when.
Religions.
But you're just making up a falsity. That's a false narrative.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just saying that it got changed. You won't tell me what verses or when.
Let me talk to Pepe, please. Let me talk to Pepe. Okay, thank you so much. So now
he thinks
everyone down.
Well, hold on, let him talk.
Yes, now you are letting everyone down that you get paid to do this every day because it is impossible for anyone to waste his time every day insulting another religion on Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, you're the one who said I'm a Mossad agent. I forgot. Dude,
yes,
I'm pretty pissed off because you're blowing my fucking cover. I have to sit around, okay, talking to these.
Not only you, many other people like Glow, Ocean, all the moderators. Glow, Ocean, Masha. All these people are Mossad agents. I doubt it.
Where's the fucking money?
I don't know. I don't doubt. I don't know. I don't have time. You know our problems with Zionism. I don't have time to be on Clubhouse every day insulting Zionists.
You didn't mention me, so I am from المخابرات الإسرائيلية.
Okay, no problem. I'm talking about Pepe because I notice him every day on this Clubhouse insulting Islam. This is not normal.
Well, what can I say? The country I work for has a lot of bucks to throw at people like me. That's all it is.
No, you have to be a good person. You don't have to be different, okay? Just as Jesus Christ said. Jesus Christ said, you love your enemies, right?
Who says that we shouldn't
Jesus Christ.
beliefs?
If you're a good Christian,
if they're
Muhammad
stupid,
said, I will not
Jesus Christ said,
until you fight
just a second,
and the soul behind which a Jew
individuals
will say, oh,
need to be
Muslim, there is a
respected.
Jew hiding behind me,
Yes.
so kill him.
Jesus Christ, that I love as Muslims said, love your enemies.
No.
Okay, Jesus Christ said
just a
this.
second.
So if you're a good Christian, you don't have to insult
No, the Mossad kills their fucking enemies. I can promise you that much.
Muhammad, there are two different things. If we are talking about people or beliefs, okay, I certainly will not respect beliefs. I mean, there are many stupid beliefs in the world, and I'm not going to respect them. Just a second, let me finish.
Says Muslims.
Let me
He always
finish.
speaks about
Muhammad, shut the fuck up, asshole. Mute yourself. Mute yourself right now. Muhammad, mute yourself.
You mute yourself.
Mute yourself. Yo, I'm telling you to mute yourself. Okay, fine. If you're not going to mute yourself.
يا خنزير ابن خنزير.
You don't want to fucking listen? Okay. Go ahead, Masha.
I don't know why people think that we should respect their beliefs and their religions. No, beliefs are not to be respected. Okay, we can disagree with your belief, we can hate your belief, we can disrespect your belief if it's stupid to us. Okay, that's people who should be respected as individuals, as long as they are respecting the others. That's it. We are not supposed to respect your beliefs. We we're not supposed to respect your religion. Okay? So I don't understand why you keep coming and crying like you don't respect our religion. You disrespect our beliefs.
Attacks. Would you respect them if they say kill them wherever you encounter them?
No, in fact, I just don't want them. I mean, I personally just wouldn't play that game. I just like.
So fuck them.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be, I mean, it's hard to talk to Muslims mainly because I know that such a good chunk of them do not say to us what they actually think and what they're actually and what they're willing to accept from other Muslims in regards to how they would treat us or look at us. So I just personally just think they're people that are best avoided. Like they should just remain in the Middle East where they are and not be in the West like at all, except for very small numbers. That's always been my view. I don't hate them or anything, and I really care less what their religion says. I'm not a religious person, but the problem only is their religion like inherently intolerant, but it's a religion of conquest where they have to try to subjugate and take over other people. And what Islam? What is the whole? Essentially, what is Islam? It's submission to God. They expect you to submit, and that's
wrong. It's a submission to Muhammad and God. There's a difference there. It's not submission to God. It is submission to Muhammad, the messenger. Hello?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not going to have me and I do get like this snotty pretentiousness about me, I guess you could say, where it's like, you guys want me to submit to this hairy, backwards, child raping, third world, fucking warlord from the 4th century? No, go fuck yourselves. I mean, I don't want to see it. I mean, it's a term that used to get used a lot, but they would call it a mud religion. It's just beneath us. And that's like largely how I feel about Islam. See, but the only difference is that I don't seek out Muslims to hurt them or God damn it. Your mic, dude.
I'm gonna just say, like, I seek out Muslims.
I think your mic's not making too much noise.
Like, it's 9 o'clock.
Okay, let's relax on the gun there.
But yeah, I mean the reality is though is that I'm not somebody who number one, I don't get offended if somebody has different beliefs. I mean, I think if Christians and Jews are even honest with each other, they find each other's religions somewhat offensive to each other. But they're not really. They don't really. I think there's like a maturity or an understanding there where it's like, okay, we have these differences of beliefs and we kind of have to live with each other, so we just won't. But you don't really have this. You don't see like either group really wanting to hurt the other or force them.
You don't want to force conversions, and you don't want to be killed because of your beliefs. It's really simple.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's kind of where Islam is, and I don't know. You can call it like Islamophobic because I am calling it out. I don't care about labels. I mean, you can call me Islamophobic all you want.
Peppa, what would you do if like they would live like amongst you in America, but like in such a huge amount of them that they would like teach the children to bind like bombs onto their bodies, go into groups of Christians and blow themselves up? How would you like that?
Well, I'm not going to. This may sound cold, but there does. If you have to live with a population like that, it's going to likely turn into what would become a civil war, and probably where they will. I don't mean accidentally, but deliberately just kill families and just basically eradicate them.
That's not a genocide. If it's a war
and it's not deliberately, and you're acting out of self-defense, it's not a genocide. Genocide has to meet a certain criteria, and it's quite a few to be labeled that.
Well, I guess, how do I rephrase this? So I think, like, especially in, like, 100 years ago, let's say you had a European population, and they had, like, let's say close to 50% of the population was Muslim, and they were committing terrorist attacks, like, with children, and when I use the term genocide, I mean, they would want it so that every Muslim, despite their role, they'd probably kill them. I mean, just realistically, and in a way, it's like, how else do you stop it from reoccurring? A lot of people, they hear the term genocide, they think, oh my God, that's so horrible, but genocides have happened many times, and like the Assassins, where the assassin, the term comes from,
Commercial.
They were
nighttime.
Very violent, brutal people that
variety show.
They really weaponized assassination.
My act didn't have anything in it that I really had to
who was it that ended up killing him? He basically said, okay, well, you know what, just kill every man, woman, and child.
Objectionable language so much.
That was that. They were off the face of this planet.
Two jokes in the course
that problem never occurred again.
One of them was about Muhammad Ali. He was the world champion.
It may be like anti-Christian to do, but if you're being 100% logical, sometimes I'm not advocating for this. But think about, like, in the past, in tribal regions,
and as a result,
sometimes genocide is literally the only way you can persist and no longer have to deal with an attack from the
other side. So I had two jokes in this monologue. One of them was about George Wallace, the racist governor of Alabama, who was running for president.
Are they like?
And he had a thing he used to like to say he would make fun of liberals in the North, calling them pointy-headed intellectuals. He would call that was his code word for the Jewish establishment in the Northeast intellectual Washington, New York corridor. The liberal
just the numbers weren't.
That was his shorthand for that.
I mean, compared to Biden's, the numbers were
I had two
higher because they were just letting a bunch of people in.
George Wallace keeps talking about pointy-headed intellectuals. Have you ever seen the sheets they wear down there?
Got many people
So that was
there
my joke.
too, even Obama.
Pointy-headed sheets of the Ku Klux Klan. Another
Yeah,
joke
but I think his people that he's going after is way more strategic.
Muhammad Ali's
You
job.
know, he's going after child traffickers, like people that, like, you know, all the worst of the worst.
He killed people.
And yeah, he's touching other people in between, but like,
Well, I'm not gonna kill them.
dude, like we've
So they said,
been
all right, if you're not gonna kill
saving
them,
kids
we're not
for the
gonna let
last
you beat
2
people up.
years. Like,
And that's a pretty smart joke.
like,
The other one is
I think it was last week, 37
And
kids
to
just
address
got
your question,
found.
the producer Bob Precht came to me. He was the son-in-law.
Like
of Ed Sullivan.
37
He
kids
said,
that
all
were
right,
being
you each
trafficked.
one of those jokes you can keep. The other one has to go.
Yeah,
I said,
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
but when they use
Civil
child
even had one
trafficking,
of
though,
those two
people's
jokes, which one
mind
would you
automatically goes to
In other words, it was the sheer
sex
volume.
trafficking. A lot of,
That disturbed
I
me.
mean, how many of these kids are going to
You know, one of
actually
them was about
family member or being sent by family in Mexico to live with other
The other was
family members that are already here?
bias and bigotry in the South.
It was
And
37
they won't give me
kids
a
in
choice.
a
So I
brothel.
chose the Muhammad Ali joke to stay in because it
No,
was a smarter joke. And I put
Well, I mean, I feel like you can look it up and you'd be able to see it.
You know,
And within the last 2
only one
weeks.
joke that bothers people per bit or something. I don't know. Strange.
Yeah, in other words, to say that.
I mean, I get the bracelets that they all wear. I know which way they're going based on the bracelets. Because they'll wear different bracelets that tell the coyote people that, like, you know, where the ultimate
In Mexico, there's people use their bracelets for military to show them where they are prostitutes, whether so under Obama, so he had to use even though they're obviously he's the best thing to do. If there was someone and then this one several years away, so you know, it's the best way into the country. And when they were coming across, many of them would have their bracelets on, but as they were coming across the border, what they were doing is they were dumping their. So basically, at the checkpoints, it was the desert was lit with different colored bracelets. And they also, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because they're trying to gain asylum under a fake identity, but there's a shit ton of passports and like driver's licenses and different ID cards that they would just like dump right before they cross the border.
Pepe, what do you think about Trump making that executive order that, like, if you're gonna get a green card, you have to wait outside the United States to get approval? What do you think about that one? That just happened.
I don't have like a strong opinion on it.
Wow. Let's go next.
Yeah, so one of the deals with that is that when they did that the first time, I remember there was a shitload of people down here just south of the border here in TJ, and they were not being bad people, but the problem was they were stuck. So they would literally get tents, or they would have tents.
You gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop.
When God wants kind of a nuisance, but you know.
Yeah, where I come from, we call that a personal problem.
Well, no, I'm just explaining to you what it was like when they did that the first time, you know. Because nobody ever gets to see it.
Time, dude. It's been happening throughout history, bro.
Well, nobody ever gets to see it if you're on the U.S. side, you know, because you're not down here, so you don't see it.
I can read it in the book.
Well, you can, but, you know, it's a little different.
Well, I mean, when you've been there and done that and got the T-shirts, do you think I care?
Oh, I know you don't care. It's okay. It's just from somebody that's down here, you know, from somebody's perspective that's down here, that's like I'm not used to the shit, you know, but I got to see it up front. Yeah, it was a little distracting.
Yeah, but you got the people in Tijuana, the way you said, TJ. I know what you meant. Like, you know, you got people in Tijuana living in tent cities around with your, like, outskirts, whatnot, or in baseball fields, as you said. Like, you know, but, like, the reality is, like, why when you come from Guatemala, would you not ask for refugee in Mexico? Why are you coming to America? Why are you passing a whole country to get to our country? Like, if you were really in, like, a hurtful place, you would go to the first country that wasn't yours and ask for asylum. Why are you moving across multiple countries to come to get to ours?
Well, the reason why they bypass Mexico is because Mexico pays, you know, $20 a day, as opposed to in America it's $20 an hour now. So, you know, or $15 to $20 an hour instead of per day. So, you know, that's
the cost of living is different. Like,
yeah, but they don't have nearly as many jobs available for them, and of course, yes, the pay is a lot less, and it's also one thing you have to understand is Mexico somewhat tolerates people getting funneled through their country, but they're actually pretty strict on illegal immigration. They're notorious for hypercritically saying, "Oh, why don't you guys take more people in?" Saying that to America, but like even like their socialist president AMLO, he was 100% against
Central American immigration. They expel and deport Americans all the time for overstaying visas. Like with Americans, it's often because they are increasing the prices of rental properties and that kind of stuff, and it pisses everybody off, and so they end up getting deported. But no, it's not really a good place for them.
The American influence down here is.
I hate to change your topics, moderators, but great news. BLM Executive Director Tashiela Sharia Morey Dickerson has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million to buy 6 properties, a luxury car, shopping sprees, and $50,000 in Uber Eats. This fat pig has been arrested.
Fuck California.
Wow. Well, that's good news, I guess,
Well, I mean, holding women accountable? Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, she did it all for George Floyd, right?
She did it for the gram.
Yeah, for sure. Was it the gram or the ounce?
I mean, we're living in Memorial Day. We're talking about like
Dickerson, Sharia Morey Dickerson.
I mean, Pepe was talking about the Sunnis and the Shias when I first showed up, and like, are you an American? Do you believe in the red, white, and blue, or are you just a bitch about it?
What's happening, Joe? How are you? I'm doing great. I didn't know I came up on stage.
Great answer.
I was getting a cigar and I just listened to you guys. But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are too. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just, I think we're winding things down, but what I want to do is I want to invite.
Who is that fucking BLM scammer?
As we can, just so that we can keep this room open, you know what I mean?
We're not winding things down. You're the one that just can't keep up.
Oh my God.
Maybe Tamika's
earlier,
sister-in-law.
Lights out, man.
Maybe Tamika's sister-in-law.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about Christians and Jews and like Sunnis and Shias and Kurds. All of them.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, what happened? Oh. Take it easy, my dog. Take it easy, my dog. Be sure to get
I always love it when they say lick 'em. Lick 'em. Lick 'em. Oh, okay. Whatever, dude.
What's lick 'em?
It's like, I don't know. I don't know what it means in Arabic, but.
Yeah, my Arabic is شوي صار مجنون.
We don't speak Arabic.
Like again, like شوي means so and so, and مجنون means crazy as fuck.
Arabic than me.
Oh, then
Come up to the stage, dude. Let's see what you got, buddy.
What else, my dog?
That doesn't sound like you did a practice.
Maybe Tamika's
Well, I mean, if I can get a
sister-in-law.
hooker, a beer, and a taxi cab ride to the airport, I win. I learned that language.
That's for sure.
Ophir, that's a beautiful picture. That guy looks like a Alhamdulillah, and he's a Zionist.
This is Arabi. He left.
Oh, poor guy.
Terrible.
Got his feelings hurt.
My condolences.
My question is, why is he riding his girlfriend?
They're masochists and they like to dominate their prey.
Because he's got nothing else better to do.
Hee-haw, hee-haw.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination. Faustine! Amcha Yisrael!
How is it outside?
And he never had one lesson.
Now, I'm sorry if you think you're from Palestine, or I'm sorry if you call yourself a Palestiner. Unfortunately, it's going to be developed into luxury real estate. Casinos, parking lots, malls, airports, beaches.
Dude, and a canal that will go from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean, right through Gaza from Israel.
Well, there's a lot of talk that when Donald Trump retires from the presidency, that he will be appointed king of the new Gaza.
Well, he joked that he was going to be prime minister of something, right? Another country.
Yeah, he says he could win the election in Israel right now.
Dude, I want him, when he's being president, I want him to go down to Cuba and run that bitch.
Well, he said he could be elected in Venezuela. Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Our great partners down there.
Venezuelans would vote for him hands over.
Security abundance for everybody because he's a goddamn communist, socialist, fascist. Isn't that amazing that just a very small minority, an individual, can cause so many problems?
Bro, and his brother was worse.
Maduro.
You know, like all those regimes that were in Venezuela, like they went from brother to brother. Like,
no, we went from Hugo Chavez to
his brother. He went from Chavez to his brother and then Maduro. You're right. I apologize.
Nicolas Maduro ended up preceding him. He was appointed as the successor of Hugo Chavez right away. I think you might be thinking of like Cuba or some shit. I don't know.
I might be a little bit high. I've been rolling a couple blunts today. I'm sorry.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination.
Delete my victory, I figure.
I'd slap you with my penis in the forehead and mushroom stamp you.
Well, it's not my victory, by the way. It's someone else. You want to leave it?
والله العظيم هذا
Yeah, if you're not.
ثورتي أنا فلسطيني من الفلسطين.
Inshallah.
You already know what happened.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Wa alaikum assalam. Afwan habibi. Lamak habibi.
Pronounce the name of my country.
your own fucking shit and Palestina, and y'all can take that one and shove it up your fucking forebrain.
You know what? Today is the death of the 5-year anniversary of the death of George Floyd.
Who was that? Was that the criminal guy that was passing off counterfeit bills? That was turned into an ideological propaganda operation, a psyop against the American people on behalf of the CIA and Barack Hussein Obama?
If he got arrested today, that would symbolize something, right? Corruption.
Ooh, Jasmine Crockett? I would love for that dumb bitch to get arrested.
Yeah, same with Ilhan Omar. When are we going to get that arrest? Because they said that they were going to bring an indictment against her for immigration fraud.
And her brother.
By the way, she did say that she didn't marry her brother, which I...
Hello?
Her husband is...
Hello? Hello?
This dummy piece of shit, man. Look what he said. He's a brother, her husband. What the fuck, man? How do you say? Are you on drugs?
Yes, actually.
Are you on a visa to be able to be a congressman?
Guy, retarded, man. He's American. That's why he's retarded, by the way. He's American, man.
Well, you sound like you're a Somali trying to protect a Somali.
That's why I'm living. Whatever I say,
He's not a Somali. He claims that he's Palestinian.
yeah,
Ilhan Omar is not married.
Forgive this guy.
You come from a country that doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
How much you bet if that's true? How much you bet? You bet.
How much you bet?
You're not your man. I'm gonna see you, man.
I'm answering your question. The answer is the fact that everybody says that she married her brother. How many times did she?
How much you bet?
Can I answer your question without you interrupting?
I don't deal with the retarded.
Are you gonna interrupt?
You don't deal with yourself. I don't deal with the retarded.
I was telling you the answer.
I don't deal with the retarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you're retarded.
So, jackass.
The reality is, if it's defamation or slander by either writing it down or saying that she married her brother, why has she not brought a civil suit against anybody that ever brought it up?
I don't think he understands what you're saying.
But
you
have
have
to prove it.
You have to tell him they're at third grade level, guys. He's not going to understand what you're saying.
One of the reasons she wouldn't bring suit is
You should have
if that's
depositions. You can ask her anything.
But you have proof, yes or no?
Yes, we have plenty of proof.
Well, the problem with that, whenever you sue somebody, you get this in public. Oh my God!
All right, amazing. But when you sue somebody, you get discovery. So you have to release all of this personal shit. She would never
oppose you.
And you have to answer the question.
By the way, whatever Zan say, I'm not. Whatever you say,
they won't go through.
You know, the greatest...
They won't disclose that amount of information.
The biggest tragedy is that Israeli intelligence didn't see October 7th, and they didn't have an auxiliary force ready to utterly wipe out the invaders and decimate them from every angle and surprise attack them as they surprise attack the Israeli concert goers at Supernova. It's just such a shame that Israeli intelligence didn't have the knowledge of the impending attack, so they could have wiped them all out and then prepared for a massive invasion to wipe out the remaining enemy forces in the
Oh my God.
Becky, look at her butt. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Baby got back. LA face with open booty.
Statopasia. I still remember it from the nice construction rooms I would have basically about black people for like a couple years straight on this app. Statopasia. It's where the fact they have a lot of big butts.
Pepe, do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Yeah.
So the question about evolution always comes down to genetic mutation. There can be no evolution without genetic mutation. Natural selection alone can't create new species. So how do you explain R-word genetic mutations creating non-R-word, genetic mutation? How do you get around the genetic mutation with regards to the progression, of speciation?
I don't know. So genetic drift has more to do with the genes changing. At least that's from what I've been told. So it's interesting. So if you look at like a lot of people can't tell them apart, but like bonobos and chimpanzees, which they are 99.6% genetically similar. But I mean, they literally differ by millions of years in evolution. If you look at chimpanzees and humans, I believe it's right at around 99%. Like we're also tens of millions of years away from them. But if you look at all of the archaic hominids that have been dug up, that were, you see like a progression of human-like, like archaic hominids that were gradually became more anatomically modern, like to us today. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like, I think with modern DNA, it's kind of hard to go against that fact that there was like an evolution occurred.
Well, my point about that one, Pepe, is like, we know that there are one-celled organisms that are like bacteria that are on this planet. Name me one two-celled organism. And the answer is you can't. And like, you go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256.
Okay, we get the progression.
Like, yeah, but we don't have, we still have one-celled organisms, and we have us as multi-celled organisms. But you're saying we came from one-celled organisms, but there are no two-cell or three,
no idea.
like four cells or eight cells.
Yeah, but I don't want to go back that far.
But there's no evidence of any of it. But you have a presupposition that there's some version of evolution.
No, there is evidence. There's a preponderance of evidence.
Show me a two-celled organism.
Jesus Christ, shut your fucking mouth. God.
Hold on. What's up? I woke up, guys. Fuck is going on here? How this room come to this fucking conversation already?
Who?
But the people that were heated, but just, left. Yeah, that's the truth.
Fucking missed it all, huh?
Whatever, yeah.
I just don't understand Pepe's version of evolution.
DNA that going back for fucking millions of years, there's links there.
Deoxyribonucleic acid. What are we talking about? Like links? What links?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy that did biomolecular chemistry, so I mean.
So that makes you a geneticist, amazing.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand quite a bit more than I think you do.
Oh, really? So are you going to tell me that a whole lot has come out on this, especially in the last 2 years. We're talking like from the leading geneticists at Harvard, like David Wright.
What is that? Please tell me.
Well, he was saying, first of all, everybody, including himself, they all went by the out of Africa theory, but they're now, from all the information they have now, they don't think that theory was actually how things occurred. Basically, there were so many prehistoric humans that, and of course you have to understand like continents were more connected at different points in time. What used to be North Africa, which is like a dry fucking desert, used to be a rainforest.
All the way back to Angeles are all we go for.
Oh my god.
So I looked up, Pepe, I ran this through AI, and it just seems a little ridiculous to me because it says that mutations are permanent changes in the DNA sequence. They occur randomly due to errors in DNA replication, exposure to mutagens like radiation or chemicals or other. So why can't we evoke evolution if it's just mutation? We can do that ourselves by, manipulating genetic material, but why can't...
I guess we could, but that's why like I was saying, it's a genetic drift. In other words, these little errors, and then they can either be good or bad, but then some of them are going to be selected for, and that's how we create.
The reality that I imagine, Pepe, and I'm being completely 100% sincere, like Galapagos Islands, all the different tortoises have different futures because they grew up on different, predators, and they had to fend for themselves, right? But we also know that the North Pole and the South Pole flip on this planet. But when that happens, there's a flux within the Van Allen belt, and solar radiation will seep through in microwaved areas, and the solar radiation will irradiate the specimens on the ground and change their DNA through ionic radiation. And that I think that's where evolution really happens. And once the Earth stabilizes, then it becomes a part of what you consider evolution.
Well, it says that models like Alpha G.
Big Bang. Like the universe is a Big Bang. The stars are a Big Bang. The people, us, were a Big Bang. Because if
my girlfriend used to call me Big Bang.
Well, there you go. Evolution is a series of Big Bangs. You know what I mean?
Well, it says that 800,000 years ago, that's when the change happened. And if you look at human history, the Egyptian...
Are you talking about with what, anatomically modern humans?
It says that modern humans, Homo sapiens, evolved from earlier hominins through accumulated mutations. One notable case is a mutation in the AHR gene, AHR. 800,000 years ago, after splitting from Neanderthal, Denisovan lineages, that improved resistance to toxins from smoke. This likely helped early humans who used fire more extensively. I mean, look at Doc here. This guy smokes 3 blunts a day and 2 cigarettes. He's evolving himself.
So you have to go. So if you go back even further, first of all,
look at Doc here. He smokes 2 blunts a day.
Discovery, they just found in North Africa a type of I guess you say not quite an anatomically modern human, but almost in North Africa that they never knew existed. It's completely unrelated to every other type of archaic hominid they discovered. If you go back fucking 20 million, 13 million years ago, I forget, the Pierolas, these were a group of people that were mostly bipedal. They walked on their feet. They formed communities. They likely it was them that learned to eat by cooking food accidentally.
Yeah, but that's all biological. That there's no evidence of anything from 21 million years ago.
Then you have other groups. Of course, they constantly go extinct, and then you have other groups that end up taking over or spawning from them.
Dude, I'm just trying to live in 2026. You're trying to bring it back 21 million years ago.
I just want to figure out what they used to smoke, to smoke before Marlboro.
No idea when that started.
like when did people start smoking? When did people start smoking? You know, cocaine. I mean, obviously, you know, it's a worldly, you know, it's a natural product. So, were people 800,000 years ago,
Yeah,
you know,
they were
smoking crack?
they were using chemicals, and so human evolution and even intelligence itself, they're synonymous and go hand in hand with chemical usage. The Egyptians in all their hieroglyphics, they have cannabis. Moses smoked cannabis with the burning bush. It's psychedelic chemicals and human imagination, projection, all of these mythology stories. So much of it has to be intertwined. And even in Roman architecture and ancient Hebrew architecture, or remnants, they say that like on these like tables or altars, they were burning cannabis. So cannabis has probably always been in some type of religious, sociological, psychological activity.
Well, that kind of makes sense then, you know.
I mean, basically,
enough to even remember 21 million years ago. We can think about it, but what are you trying to admonish with your point of view about how we evolved to become us in Clownhouse in 2026? It's Memorial Day.
No, I'm just saying,
like for us to be able to talk this stupid way.
I mean, you obviously, we can look at how separated we are. And we know, like, genetically, we have over 98% of our genes are shared with fucking chimpanzees. We're literally in the same what is it, substance?
Yeah, but I'm not an orangutan.
But we had, like, in terms of for evolution, we had a lot of there was a lot of evolution that obviously took place between the time we are who we are now, and I guess our ancestors super far back were
See, this app is an audio app. So what's interesting about evolution also is that it's the evolution of sound, because all concepts can be related through sound that we can physically make. So the longer that the human project and experiment runs, the more sounds and concepts we can create. And then, in 2026, you create the trenches of Clownhouse and you get bang rooms. That's like watching a million years of evolution descend into a puddle of genetic R word. And, hello?
So,
hello?
If you're so, if you all of us are fucking retarded, why don't you come up to the stage and say something?
It's because they can't actually, Oh my God! Look, we have a live one. Those are some great gauge earrings.
It's Hollow, Mr. ChatGPT. What's going on?
What's up?
How are you?
Good. Yeah, I don't know, man. Something's been said.
God damn it! Something mute right.
Oh my God.
Don't fucking mute yourself, asshole.
Hey guys, how you doing?
There you go. Hey Zach. Hey, let's go back on Hollow real quick. Hollow, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very interesting watching right wingers in their natural habitat. I have a lot of smoke for both sides. I think both of the polarized.
This is a natural habitat?
Kind of stupid. I don't know who's more dumb, but this whole shit, like, there's been too many things said, like, because you're probably gonna be like, oh, well, tell me a specific thing. So I'll give you a specific thing, but there's been many things said that I thought were very fucking retarded and just
like what?
Okay, Pepe is up here talking about, oh, well, the out of Africa theory. That's actually, he's basically trying to frame it as like, oh, the most cool. I'm willing to engage in that.
Sure.
I haven't. Zero evidence.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll post the link.
Bloviation and evidence.
Okay, sure. So if I give you a link from the leading researcher over at Harvard, and by the way, it's what his colleagues, that's kind of what they've been talking about. But if I give that to you, I'm sure that would suffice, right?
Potentially, I mean, look, we can look at it and determine whether it's what you claim that it is, because this is a thing people on the internet do. They'll provide links that don't say what they say it does, but let's say that it does. And look, I will be willing to call myself the retard if I'm somehow totally missed this, but I'm not above it, bro. I'm
actually, you know what the thing is when people supply links and all that stuff, is that people click on it and then they don't read it. So that's you know what I mean. So.
Well, no, that's my problem. And,
yeah,
exactly. But all I'm saying is, okay, space, right? Not everything is. Can you provide a link to why you don't think XYZ should happen? Not everything is like that, but this at that point, empirical claim.
Wait, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
And if you've got it, then look, maybe I'm a retard.
Hello? Do you know that 13% of the population does 50% of the murders?
Yeah, that's cool. Right now we're focused on this claim that the out of Africa theory, which I'm interested whether people actually know what a theory means versus a hypothesis to begin with. But
yeah,
whether or not
theory and hypothesis seem pretty synonymous.
Something you can't not prove or disprove. Hypothesis is something that you would do conjecture to be able to prove or disprove.
Yeah, that's not what a theory is. You don't understand it.
I said hypothesis. Something you can't
right.
prove or disprove.
See, when 13% of the population,
something you can't.
13% of the population.
You sound dumb as fuck.
13% of the population kills 50% of the murders.
I'm just interested whether the empirical claim that was made can actually be backed. That's all I care about. Y'all can say whatever. I don't.
So Hollow's basically shots fired at Pepe, and Pepe, he's like, well, Pepe needs to bring a link and all this stuff. So Pepe, what's your response?
Yeah, I'm just getting the link right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and Hollow's just over here, talking about empirical fucking, ideology. No, it's empirical evidence. Which is what you use to be able to prove or disprove a hypothesis. The thing about a theorem is that you can theorize it, but you can neither prove it.
Oh my God! Look at Stinny. Hey, Stinny.
And
hey, Stinny. Hi. Hi, Stinny. My little Stinny boo boo. You never say anything to me, Stinny. You're just a lurker. You're a voyeur. A voyeur. I appreciate you. I need more voyeurs. I need 1,000 Stinnies.
Y'all want to call people racial slurs? Want to call people retarded? Want to call people faggots? Okay, cool. I'm with that.
Well, you sound like a retarded faggot the way you keep talking.
God damn it, Bree, you're drunk, dude. Stop.
He's not.
No, he keeps running his cocksucker.
Hollow. Hollow.
No, I'm trying to tell y'all where we are.
Hollow, do you think your gauges make you manly, though?
Guys, shut the fuck up.
No, it's a good question. He's got gauges. Look at his PTR. He's got gauges in his ears.
Hey, Pepe.
Hello? It's a legitimate question.
It's okay. Right?
Hollow, hang on a minute. Okay. Pepe, you know what? I give you all permission to just fucking rail on this guy then.
So I'm going to. Well, it's fine. But can I ask you a question? Why is it that the out of Africa theory would provoke a response from you? Why would that? It sounds like you kind of found like it was offensive because it would change something.
Yeah, that's false. That's an assumption. I don't really give a fuck about the particular thing. I posted anti-Semitism and shit too. So yeah, I don't give a fuck that it's black people. I don't give a fuck that it's out of Africa specifically. What I give a fuck about empirical evidence has been provided, and the empirical claim being made is counter to the scientific and historical consensus. So I'm just trying to figure out where I went wrong, because I kind of do read on this.
Sure. Now, I will say, well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to read. How do I put this? If you can read the peer-reviewed research that they show regarding genetics, which I'm just going to. I mean, unless you have it, you're a geneticist yourself. I highly doubt you're going to be able to really be able to, absorb everything that's being said. I know I can't. But he generally, when he has been doing some interviews, because he did post something in one of the major journals where it was him warning that, like, look, as we're uncovering more from analyzing the human genome, it's gonna be discovered that there's not going to be really how do you put it? There's going to be disparities between different groups of people in good ways and bad ways. Basically, kind of giving a warning that some people might be offended or upset, by the research. Now, he's been going and doing the rounds, and he was saying how and most of it is in the term of interviews basically interviews where he's saying he doubts the out of Africa theory. And that was the theory that he originally, actually, that was his guiding theory. That's what he
Does it really matter whether it's out of Africa or out of the Middle East? Hello?
If you don't mind, bro.
Hello?
I think some other people in the room also said they're willing to let me and Pepe.
Okay. This is a one-on-one. I understand. How? Please proceed, doctor.
And it's no disrespect.
So you want to go in a private room with Pepe? Like, are you gay or something?
You're being too emotional right now.
Well, I mean, why are you making a room full of people listen to your bitch ass talk back and forth with one other person?
Dude, you're just saying drunk, retarded bullshit.
Pepe doesn't seem emotional. I'm not emotional. And doesn't seem emotional. You're the only person that seems emotional. I thought.
Dude, it literally is a back and forth between Pepe and Howard right now.
Hang on a second. Okay, so I'm gonna give
Hello?
you 5 minutes.
Hello?
To hash out whatever the fuck you guys are hashing out. You, Hollow, and Pepe just go at it for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on after that. Okay?
We'll have breakfast come back. Cool.
We don't gotta beat the dead horse or go crazy. Look, man, we ain't gotta get crazy with it. I'm just saying. At this point, you're the person that's made a claim, and the claim that I understand you to make originally was that the out of Africa theory isn't it's not mainstream, or it's not like the consensus. You quote it. Just let me, because I promise this is gonna make sense. I promise I'm making a coherent point. The example that you gave is this guy. I forget the name that you said. So forgive me on that. But you said this guy, and you're saying that this particular person has expressed that they have contradictions. Tell us what you're talking about, because you can be a very good talker, and you can be very, very intelligent. I think you're an intelligent person. I disagree with most of what you say. I don't think that you're exactly. I just think that you have the ability, if you're gonna make this claim, that you should be able to kind of share something that we could look at, and maybe we agree, maybe we don't agree. But if not, then it gets to be, what I'm saying? Like, if you're scared to even share the shit, if you're not even willing to just provide some shit, that just starts to look kind of sketchy, because it's like, bro.
No, I get what you're saying. And so I just to be clear, the claim I made is that that there are geneticists, and particularly David Wright. Now, the reason I brought him up, and I posted a link to one of his interviews where it was about this topic in particular, and it's only like 4 minutes. I claim that he runs the genetics department there at Harvard, so he's not just some random guy. He's considered an authority on this, and he's questioning it. I know. I claim that was the only claim I made. I don't have the. I pretty much have to defer to the experts when it comes to genetics because it's not my field. I can't. There's nothing I can really do to determine anything on my own. So that was it, and of course that was the out of Africa theory. I don't. He didn't say that it's not possible or anything. He's saying that they're running across. They're doubting it more and more.
Well, can we cut maybe if I ask this, we probably cut a large amount of time out of the conversation. Do we agree that the out of Africa theory is a very strong majority consensus and among anybody that has the fucking qualifications to say they know what they're talking about? Can we agree on that?
I don't know if it is now, but I would say for the majority of since I've been on this planet up until I would say at least the last few years, that appeared to be the majority consensus amongst the experts.
Okay, so no. Okay, so he provided a YouTube link. So what we need to do is we need to have Hollow go watch that video and see if it makes sense, and then have him come back here and you know what I mean? Because
that's fair.
I think that's the best way to go about this.
Can I now that is fair? Can I just ask one thing? Look, I'll get out the way, bro. Y'all ask me to come up, I'm perfectly fine with all of that. It's cool. But would it be fair for me to say, okay, what is the part of the video I should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Is there a kind of a time span I could be looking at? And what's the specific thing that he's saying that challenges the out of African theory? Because if I watch the whole fucking video, by the time I come back, everybody's gonna be talking about different things. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to look at a whole ass video.
Well,
no worries. I'm gonna rewatch it too, so I'm not gonna
So, and Hollow, it's totally up to you how you want to spend your life here. Nobody here will judge you on what you decide to do when you leave the room and you continue to engage with content in other places. That's a you problem, Hollow. But don't be hollow, okay? Try to, realize that life is mostly opinion and the universe is transformation. It's not important. I just brought this up as a bait to bait Pepe about genetic mutation. So I was trying to wonder how we actually got a Pepe in the year 2026 through evolution. The important thing about evolution is that right now, as we talk, we are the furthest level of evolution in human history. And I'm just worried that many of us are R-worded out and brain rotted. And thus, we have a genetic failure, that the mutation isn't advocating for more intelligence. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we actually end up with R-worded, brain-rotted people like yourself or perhaps Pepe.
Actually, you know what? It's been good. It's been good that Hollow came up and he grabbed his balls and he came up and he said his piece, which is great. I love it. And I'm great. And I'm glad that he questioned somebody and it happened to be Pepe. And okay, that's good. So as evolution comes to this conversation, we can move right along and we can maybe segment into something else or whatever. But it's one of those things where I'm glad that Hollow came up and you really question everything with Pepe, and so it's okay. So now it's time to go back to the video, watch the video, and then maybe at the end of the video, you guys can either come back here. You guys can.
Father, let's just move on to Donald Trump. Let's get back to Donald Trump because Trump is the greatest president we've ever had, and we're so lucky on this Memorial Day to have such a wise, intelligent, and strong leader like Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris, the communist, and Tim Walz, the pedo. Thank God for Donald Trump. Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen for Donald Trump? Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump, our Lord and Savior.
Holy shit, you trying to get hired?
It's gonna be nice.
Hi, how are you?
Nice.
What's going on, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? How's your Memorial weekend and all that? I had to work. So it was good though.
Well, I've watched about 50 porn videos today, so yeah, I'm doing good.
Oh, I see.
Dude, your dick must be sore.
Yeah,
No, my dick can't even get up, so.
What do they call that? Gooning? They call that gooning or something.
No, it's called having fucking erectile dysfunction, asshole. Fuck. It sucks.
Watch a video of a dude fucking a donkey in order to get excited.
No, I don't. Fuck. You know, that's a good thing. I don't have to watch that shit.
Anyway, guys, so how's everything? Just I haven't been on here for I haven't been on there frequently lately, but yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'm doing all good, man. I really haven't been paying attention too much. Looks like there might be some sort of peace deal. I'm skeptical about that, of course.
Yeah. I think we all are. You know, it's
dealing with the war, right?
Actually, I've been talking with some people that I know within the ZipperNet, and honestly, we're at like 99% there.
As far as what?
The reason we started this beginning.
As far as the nuclear shit.
Dude, I was fighting these same stupid fucking J-Shot my D back in fucking 2007. That was 20 fucking years ago. It's the same fucking people.
But they're our friends. Just kidding. No, pretty wild, man. A lot of those. I'm being sarcastic about it. But no, a lot of those IEDs that were destroying like armored vehicles they were copper plated or copper lined. They were from the IRGC. Specifically designed to
it's called an EFP, explosively formed projectile.
Yes.
Yeah, you make a bowl. You make a bowl that's like 1 inch thick out of copper, and you take a steel pipe that's like 8 inches in diameter, and then you shove that bowl on top of all the explosives, and pack it down like it's a cannon, and then you throw it at a vehicle. And the path of least resistance is through the copper, but when it throws it at like an Abrams tank, the liquid copper goes through the reactive armor.
See, now, how the fuck did they figure that out? Right? I mean, physics. I guess physics, right? Yeah. That's wild, dude. It really is. Looks like Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's
on this Memorial Day, I would like to say, let me get like 20 seconds with 5 seconds right here of piece of silence. Okay, in 2008, Corporal Mixon, he was from Louisiana. He was a 19-year-old kid. He was driving a striker. Oh shit, there I was, Baghdad, Iraq. And this EFP went off, and when he got hit, it went through the driver's cab of the striker. And when I finally got up to where he was, the whole back of his head was knocked the fuck off. Like, there's no saving this. And then he was 19. And he had gone home on like R&R, like rest of relaxation. And when he was there, he ended up getting his wife pregnant. And then when, he died, I
I came home 11 months later, and I literally had to hold his daughter, and I held him when he died. And then the idea of holding his daughter, and he never got to hold her. Yeah, that's for sure, man. I was wanting to ask a few people today, because I know there's a lot of people that don't like our military, they don't like, our government, which is understandable, right? The government thing is understandable. You don't have to love your government, but you should love your country, and you should respect the fighting men and women, just the people who put on war, because literally the reason why they're able to talk that way is because of the sacrifices, the men and women have made for us to be able to have this luxury that we have, and so I just, that's really what offended me so much about this whole, during this Iran thing, it just seemed like we had so many Americans rooting against us, and that's a real fucking shame. You gotta really check yourself. You're rooting against your own country, and, we just do our job, right? It's not the military men and women. They just do their fucking job, and they go on. They're sent, right? But shitting on them is not cool, so.
Bro, dude, I was a medic and they shit on me all the time on this app.
Nice. Should we change the topic?
No, it's Memorial Day. Why would we change the topic on Memorial Day?
You're not listening to me. There's a title.
I hear you, Rafi. But what's the title? Palestina? It's not a real place.
Oh, we know that. The question is,
it's the Ottoman Empire. You want to go back, 500 years?
I'd be okay with
the Ottoman Empire controlling Palestina?
I'd be alright with changing the title, bro. This whole Palestine fucking Israel conflict to me is pretty. It's just a dead fucking horse. On this app especially. You do whatever you want. What do you think of the title today? You guys want something American?
It's not my fault you don't know how to fight.
It's the internet, man. It's the internet. Yeah, I don't care, man. Whatever you want.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, let's just talk about how the liberals on this app project all their fascist, socialist, communist ideology onto Donald Trump all the time, and they project and project and project and project. And, they fail to realize that they are what they are criticizing. And Donald Trump is a fair and equitable and, justice and law enforcement-based president. And thank God today we are thanking God for Donald Trump and not Kamala the cackling communist Harris, who would have destroyed and deconstructed and ruined America. And thank God Donald Trump is our president, because Iran has been struck a blow and those fuckers are on their knees. And hopefully we get a deal of some sort. But if they break that deal, thank God we got a backup. His name is DJT. He can push a button, and his button works. Hello?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Kamala Harris. We're going to confirm it was going to be Liz Cheney as the defense secretary. Man, we would have been fucking appeasing the Iranians for sure. And we would have been so heavily involved in Ukraine, more than we are than ever. We probably would have been on the brink of World War III. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. I'm just being serious. Think about what would have happened. Ebola would have been such a fucking crisis on top of this, Hana virus. They would have shut down the entire fucking country, the entire world. Think about if the Democrats had been running the fucking show.
Great advancement was just that's not true. Okay. I'm willing to engage in that. Sure. It might happen. Zero. Okay, yeah, I'm just like Colombia and
And then, like I said, Kamala Harris would have been appeasing the Iranians, giving them more ability to be a fucking threat, and we would have been at the brink of war with the Russians. I'm sure of it. And the Chinese. It's fucking crazy, really.
It's worse than that because with COVID-19 and the platform censorship lockdown, we would have been in a communication disaster where all criticism of the COVID-19 ZAV, the federal response, it's a total censorship. But a lot of that is Elon Musk buying X. But if Kamala and Waltz would have gotten in, guess what they would have done? They would have shut X down. They would have shut Elon Musk down, and we would have total censorship gridlock, and we would be in a war against our own government, which is trying to censor us. And they would have mass vaccinated everybody and made everybody go on a digital vax card.
Oh, yeah.
So they wanted total big pharma tyranny in this country and total censorship tyranny. They wanted to strip all your constitutional rights away from you, and they would have terrorized us and the world because Kamala is that fucking stupid and Tim Waltz is that fucking demented. These would have been national traitors. It is pure destiny and providence that Donald John Trump is our president.
It really is. I mean, if you don't believe in the Bible, folks, then, I mean, the Christians are fucking, we believe in this shit, but this is like surreal what's happening. I mean, it's really, it's surreal what's happening. It's all part of the plan, it seems. But yeah, man, it's just crazy what would happen if we would have Kamala. You know, we'd have been really sick. But trust me, if these Democrats get the power back, they're really going to be fucking shit up. They're going to be so mad. They're going to be so unhinged to try to gain power back. That, you know, Joe's right. They'll probably put us in concentration camps, man.
That's what Democrats do. The Democrats put the Japanese in concentration camps. They are actually concentration camp experts.
Well, they're talking about hacking the court, hacking the Supreme Court, making Puerto Rico and DC a state just so that they can.
Anything they could do to get power back, man, of course. Yeah. Well, think about it. They don't want IDs. Why? Because they want to count on illegal votes. And, you know, they want to let every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the fucking country, they want us all vaccinated, yet they'll let how many millions of unvaccinated into the country, all for votes. So you're fucking right, man. As soon as they get power back, and it's inevitable, eventually they probably will get their crush on me anyway. So I don't want to hear what you got to say about that.
Okay, that would earn you a stay in the Black Party concentration.
But no shit, man. It's gonna be scary. And you know, I'm doing this as a Christian. I don't think we're gonna be here in the end times, folks. I mean, it's not even vaguely mentioned in the Bible. You know, and what's stopping Israel from being marched on? America alone, pretty much. And there's a lot of anti-Israel hate. As soon as America ends that support.
What is stopping Israel from being marched on? They have an armed population trained in military warfare from 18 on up. What the fuck are you talking about? They have millions of soldiers.
I mean, it's not enough there, John. It's not enough to fight the fucking world. Think about the world. The Bible talks about many countries marching on Israel, bro. That's not something I'm making up. That's in the
Bro, that's called fucking philosophy and metaphors, my friend. You failed to see the metaphor. I'm sorry, but if you can't see the metaphor, you should try to use AI to ask what that metaphor might mean. It's not literal, Mountain. It's about personal development. Hate to break the big news to you. Talk to Bry here. He knows that the temple is in between your ears and near your temples. It's a metaphor, Mountain. Hello?
Ears are the gates that allow your temple to be able to hear what you hear. If you let evil shit in your temple and your brain, you learn evil shit. Your ears are what you listen to. But if you want to be a dumb fuck, be a dumb fuck.
Well, it's settled. You two have definitely made the final word.
Jason, what's up?
Americans.
You smoke crackers up there or what?
Enlightened people. Oh my God, you can't deal with intelligent people. Are you okay, little guy? Are you gonna be okay, little guy?
Fuck yeah, it is. It's fucking
I'm laying in bed talking to your bitch ass.
Hey, Jason, say bottle of water. Jason, say bottle of water. Bottle of water.
Dad, I'm less than 160 pounds. How fat do you think I am?
Bottle of water.
Why do you sound like Helen Keller when you say it like that? Well, you're not even smart enough to keep up with the conversation.
Roll your blunts if you got them, folks.
No, I'm laying in bed. I'm about to go to sleep. Y'all bitches are stupid.
You're right, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get back again to the difference between a metaphor and something literal, as if there's something new under the sun. You know, whoever's been living in the Middle East, well, a lot of those people, their families have been there a very long time. If you live here in America, we just hit 250 years. That's nothing compared to some families and some, ethnicities. They've been there for thousands of years. So the point is, 2026, this is the now. And just listen to what people say, and you can see how intelligent they are, what knowledge they have, or lack thereof. Hello?
So the one thing is Iran is actually, there was a thing, it was the oldest civilization. Iran, yeah. Crazy, yeah.
No, Iran's pretty cool. Persia, have you seen wells? Hand wells? Yeah, man, we don't care. If you're gonna be retarded, bro, mute it up.
People think Iran and Islam is Americans are trying to push that narrative. Iran is not Islam.
Bro, you're dumb.
What are you Iranian? The Persian? He said that.
Am I Persian?
I run so far away.
Doc, I thought you said you were Vietnam.
It was fun though.
Trying to get away.
Wish we were spoon.
Not me.
That's a fun one from that's a real nigga.
Jason, how much crack did you smoke?
I won't sell that to your march for to your whole energy.
How much crack?
Well, let's just be honest. This app has some brain rotted out R words that can't contribute more than one less than intelligent sentence of absolute meaningless drivel. As you just witnessed, there are men.
Say the most intelligent thing you can say, John. Go ahead.
Well, the more you think, the more you speak. With Pepe, the further from the truth you are gonna get.
Amazing. Pepe.
Actually, that's what Dowdy is saying.
But I will just remind everyone that 13% of the U.S. population is responsible for 50% of all the heinous murders. And that 13% population happens to be...
Oh, it's over 50%. It's over 50%.
Oh, absolutely. And so, I mean, I just saw something in the news about 3 young African-American men that murdered a mother on her driveway, stole her car, and put 8 rounds in her. And all I got to say is, until we have capital execution in this country, we will never, ever, ever save America, because real value requires capital execution. Real values. Hello?
Well, you wouldn't want to know what I would do with a Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center. I'd have a whole bunch of Christmas ornaments that were different.
In other words, a bunch of dead black people hanging from your fucking branch.
Uh-oh.
Well, pedophiles and everything in between.
Oh, okay. So you got to mix some white and brown people in with the blacks hanging. I got it.
Well, I mean, equal lefts, equal rights, right? That is total signal over there.
I'm sure Jesus would love that on a Christmas tree dedicated to Indians.
Well, I mean, what did Jesus mean when he said, like, if you get slapped, turn the other cheek?
Well, I think, like, when you celebrate his birthday,
I asked you a question. Why are you moving the goalpost?
People on a Christmas tree.
Why are you moving the goalpost?
How do you answer the question?
Jump rednecks like you from
I asked you a specific question and you didn't answer it. Still didn't answer it. Yeah, boy. I said when Jesus said, like, you know, you get slapped, you turn the other cheek. What did he mean by that?
Yeah, and you stick your tongue in between men's cheeks, fucking faggot. Shut up, son.
Oh, you don't know what he meant by that, so that's why you can't answer. No gayness, bro. You don't even understand what turning the other cheek means.
I know what you did with your sister or your mom did with her brother when she had you. What?
I had brilliant conversation and ramen noodles because we were poor.
Sure. I'm so mad that I had a brother baby with you. I hope you can afford his ramen noodles.
But you're a dick, bro. Is you insulting me make you smarter than me because you couldn't answer the question?
Fuck both you rednecks. Fuck both of you. Suck my fucking dick.
I tell you what's crazy is you are such a flaming homosexual. And then you say like gay and shit. It's just like crazy, bro. Stop with the projection.
Fucking dick. Now suck my dick.
Yeah, okay, man. That's what he wants a man to do. I don't really care if you are gay. I really don't. No, come on.
You guys are a bunch of, both of you are just redneck sodomites.
I am a redneck, man. I'm not a sodomite. Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Homo lives in your zone because here's the thing, buddy. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have air conditioning out there. You couldn't even survive if you didn't have fucking water being.
And your fat ass couldn't survive if you didn't have fucking processed food. That's okay.
Which is crazy, bro. The projection with you is off the charts. You gotta stop this shit, man. Stop with the projection. I fuck with you, dude, but you gotta stop. Anybody who lives in Arizona does it. That's where retirees go, snowbirds, bro. You don't know what hard is, motherfucker.
Oh, I live in Montana.
You don't know what hard is what's up your butt a couple times a week.
You live in like the most beautiful part of Montana. Oh my god, it's so harsh.
Yeah, well, it was at one time, but you know, white people like us fucking made it nice. So.
Hi, Brian.
You sick fuck. Peace, love, health, and love.
You know what doesn't make it nice is the Blackfoot, the Crow.
They're on reservations that don't even, you know, we don't care, bro. We outnumber them now. I mean, who cares?
No, I know you do. Actually, I have a half brother who's half Blackfoot.
Yeah, I mean, we got all my family is from Brown.
Dirty, stinking. You know, it's not my state, so
that's a place where if you wanted to, I mean, not want to, but that's a place where you could actually get murdered in Brownie or like.
Well, I know, they actually scalp people. They're gross.
I mean, just people actually get murdered. There are a lot of, fucking stupid. Yeah.
Drunk fucking Indians, dude, raising hell.
Even Indians aren't safe. They're well on white people.
I'm really happy God didn't make me an Indian.
Me too. I feel the same way, bro.
Well, that's kind of.
Has much to do with it.
It's kind of a ridiculous thing to say, and you know, I have a book on Native American wisdom. It's profound, very deep.
The reality is, if you grow up,
the truth is about Indian philosophy is if you can say it, it is not true. Again, if you can say it, it is not true.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Hello? Hello?
You're literally like
hello?
No one wants to hear you speak on this bullshit.
Hello?
You are going to be.
Hello? Hello?
Shut your fucking black mouth, you pussy.
Hello? If you can say it, it is not true.
Yes, hello.
Listen, there's a Native American saying that says, if you can say it, it is not true. And that's why you hear projection on this app all the time.
No, it's not projection. The reality is, if you grow up,
the reality is that no one's still
black triggered mouth. You fucking whiny bitch. If you grow up,
no one wants to hear this shit.
Shut your black whiny mouth. Holy shit.
It's true though. I mean, all my cousins who live on the reservation, they all had to join the military to even have an opportunity because there's nothing there. Bro.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's dirt poor. There's no industries there. There's nothing to fucking do. I mean, the sad reality is the only way you can generally really make it is to get off the fucking reservation, and that's one of the biggest complaints they have. They don't want to leave home, but there's no opportunity for them. Like it's a really fucked up place to grow up.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, where guess what? Uncle Samite can save your ass if you live in a trench somewhere in Dakota or Montana or even Alabama or Louisiana. All it requires is for you to be disciplined, to live the life of a soldier. Many of you, like Pepe here, have never stood at attention and saluted or listened to taps at night before going to bed.
Do you know who has a higher enlistment rate per capita than white people? Native Americans. So, I mean, once again, these people they definitely put a lot of them step up and they serve their country.
Isn't that amazing? A Native American from a Dust Bowl little shit town Pueblo is more patriotic than Dr. Pepe, a 1990s self-proclaimed Democrat. Pepe here, a 1990s Democrat.
No, I've been a Republican my whole life.
No, you're not a Republican, and you admitted that you're a 1990s Democrat.
If you were going to put me next to fucking Bill Clinton in the 1990s, or Joe Biden in 1990, or a lot of these, dude, they are literally further to the right than almost all of MAGA today. You can sit here and say, oh, this bullshit, but it's absolutely fucking true.
No, it's not true because you say it. And the fact that you say it makes it not true.
Trump is a goddamn...
The fact that you say it makes it 100% not true. Exactly. That's a fact.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Impact.
The fact is, what you said, Pepe, is incorrect, and your opinion is 100% wrong.
Okay, tell me how Trump is further to the right. Shut your fucking Negro mouth.
I don't need to actually respond to you. I just want to let everybody here know that what Pepe said is 100% incorrect. 100%.
Okay, tell me how Trump is further to the right than, for example, Joe Biden in 1990. In what issue? In what issue? Yeah, hey, look, you zesty little Negro. Calm down.
Of a cocksucker.
No, okay, you can just shut your zesty sodomite Negro mouth. Like, seriously.
Negro. Repeat after me.
Negro. Changuito.
Impact, bro. We're on right now.
Changuito, pinche mayate. Like baby monkeys, you know? So, as we were saying, play the white man talk. We don't need you just like...
Are you a white man or are you a spit?
Okay, you keep on using your shrimp sucking lips to just like blurt out like random bullshit when I'm talking. But you're not actually.
Please,
I'll tell you what. Go ahead and say something. Go ahead, say something smart. Say something smart.
Equals MC squared.
No, Negro. Regarding the conversation, say something smart. Say something that would entertain us, and we'd be like, "Oh my god, that is a good point." Just go ahead.
Besides the one on top of your head.
We're waiting. You can't do it.
I'm waiting for good content.
You're an ankle bite. You're an ankle biter. That's what you do in a conversation. You ankle bite, but you don't actually have something to say or a fucking point. Okay, that's it.
For sure.
Well, I mean, you weren't saying shit that entertained.
All you're doing is personally attacking people, so you're being the ankle biter.
I'm not personally.
Yeah, it's all projection.
You're
just personally attacking people, not their points.
It's all projection all the time. 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 All projection all the time.
I didn't. You can say it's projection. I'm asking you how.
It's all projection all the time with you, little peepee. What we're trying to say here is, I kind of had, I think a lot of politics and global politics is just like totally tribal and, gangsterism, if you will, or gangs. And so what I'm trying to say is, I got some neighbors right now that are exploding fireworks. No, I don't answer Pepe's question. I answer questions if I want to answer questions. This is what Pepe does. It always becomes the Pepe show. And he's not a moderator here tonight, thank God. Thank God he's not a moderator tonight, because when Pepe monologues, he goes for hours, and then eventually it goes into his feelings and about how he hasn't had a girlfriend. And, oh yeah, it just goes on and 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 on. It never ends. It just never ends with Pepe. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and projecting and projecting and projecting all the time, over and over again. It's exhausting from a recorder's perspective.
So you go to sleep earlier. Fuck.
Someone who has to record Clubhouse all the time for a living eventually gets a little tired of the Pepe monologue, because it's very redundant, actually.
Anybody who records Clubhouse for a living should be tired of fucking living, just to be honest.
Well, I mean, that's a passive income, and if you don't know how to do it, you're an idiot.
Well, he only gets like
just shut the fuck up already.
views at most, and so he's obviously not really getting paid doing this. So I mean,
Are you sure about that?
yeah, see, we all know his fucking YouTube channels.
Which ones?
They're actually useful. Yeah, exactly. He has like 10 of them, but they're useful for if you weren't in a recorded room, you can go to one of his. This is where he is a useful.
I mean, I've known him for 5 years.
Watch one of his streams of the rooms.
He's been doing this for 5 years. Like, what are you talking
I
about?
know he has.
Who do you think brought me on the fucking app?
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, maybe.
Dude, Pepe, you're just a Corsican French guy that wants to be a Catholic, Reformed American. That wants to like suck dick for a living. That wants to be a progressive asshole in the closet. Or something.
Okay, you guys are a bunch of dirty niggers and fucking rednecks. That's all you guys are.
Niggers and rednecks.
See, that's actually Pepe's inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence speaking when he makes ad hominem projection like N-word and redneck.
Not really, because they're okay. Not really, but you saw me. All right, amazing. What's funny? You guys just add. You get You've always been a fucking nobody. And yeah, I was somebody that would draw a crowd. That was the name of the game on this
podcast.
You lazy, stupid, low IQ fucking miscreant. Shut the fuck up. You whiny bitch, quit biting on my ankles.
Hey, whose man is this?
Hey, by the way, just hang on a minute. So I've been letting you guys just go back and forth and talk all your shit in the last fucking half an hour because I was kind of busy. But now that I have a few minutes, basically, we're gonna clean house here in a few minutes. So.
Wait, so talk about something interesting?
Yeah, talk about something else.
Yeah, at the top of the room has a lot of potential, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, why don't you start talking about the potential of the room?
I don't feel like this guy's going to be very, lovable.
No, just let him try me. I want to see the crash and burn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Impact. The mic is on you. Let me see. Is America the best country in the world?
Fuck if I know. I haven't been to many countries, but I suspect that how one answered this is going to be proportionate to the fairness of your skin, generally speaking.
So the melatonin density?
How do you say that? And why do you say that?
Because black people don't love America.
No, I don't think that's a true statement.
Well, then why would you say that like America has anything to do with racial epithets?
And a racial epithet is like nigger. What is that? Who said anything about racial epithets?
Okay, yeah, don't listen to him. Well, he said that like if somebody's gonna answer this. Okay, so in fact, I wanted to ask. You said it depends on the skin, your skin color.
Oh, well, that's one characteristic. It probably depends on hundreds of characteristics.
Let me ask you a question.
I think most typically it's going to boil down to like religion, racial identity.
No, but forget about religion. Let's go to skin color.
Okay, let's go to skin color then.
Okay, where is the one skin color better than the rest of them? What happened? What do you mean, brother? Where do you believe that one skin color can have it better than it being that skin color in America or somewhere else in the world?
Wait, that question wasn't very coherent. Can you ask it again, please?
So let's say depending on whatever skin color you have in your head, right? Like I see skin color. Every skin color would always do better in America. So my question is, where do you see one skin color doing better in the world than America? Any skin color, yellow, black, white. Where do you see them doing better than America?
I don't know if that's a solid question. Where do I see a skin color doing better than in America?
Correct. The opportunities. Being either black, being either red, yellow, brown, doesn't matter the skin color.
Well, those are skin colors. Those are racial identities. I don't
know they're skin colors. I just named you tones of colors, correct?
Yeah, but those are racial identities. Those aren't skin colors. Now, I didn't say anything about racial.
What's a skin color? No.
Yeah, so like there's like light reflects from the pigments in human skin, and there's a spectrum of colors that are reflected. Those are skin colors. Black is a color or the absence of light. White is a whole other color, but neither of those are shades of human skin. Those are racial entities.
So what did you
like
mean
entitled.
by skin color? Again, what did you mean by that?
You're the one who made the claim that depending on your complexion. So
yeah,
is that based on identity or the color of your skin?
I think I mentioned skin colors, not racial identities.
You said skin colors. That's why I asked skin colors. So now I ask you where is one skin color, correct? Or again, I don't know how to explain the other ones. Where would a black person do better than America? Get better opportunities. Where would a white person get better opportunities than America? Brown, yellow, or any other color?
You're trying to make this a racial issue, and I mentioned nothing about race.
I know, I'm asking about skin color.
You said skin color, which is literally correlated with race to the utmost degree.
No,
yes,
actually,
it is.
No, it's not actually.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about when the sun fucking hits your pigmentation, the colors change. Where is one black person gonna do better during the daytime and nighttime than America? Where the fuck is one white person gonna do better than fucking daytime, nighttime than America? You wanna fucking act stupid now? I'm asking a fucking simple question. You made that fucking stupid statement. As I said, you're black, right?
No, I do not identify as black.
You do not, okay. Well, this is fucking... If I see you on the streets as a white person, I'm not going to identify you as a black person. Let's say it this way. If Pappy sees you, is he going to identify you as a black person? I don't know, they all come back to skin color, right? Defense mechanism.
Well, what do you think chameleons do? That's what chameleons do to survive and thrive in the jungle.
That's why this guy wanted to attack me, and he wanted to like fucking he wanted to center it. And you're gonna get this. I'm sure you guys have noticed this in the whole like Palestine versus Israel debate. You get African Americans that somehow like they implant their internal politics in the USA with nothing to do with Israel and Palestine, literally nothing. And they just kind of they'll hear some like narratives and like buzzwords like apartheid. That's the ironic part.
Some of we could go back to the topic. I appreciate it because I think the topic is interesting. I think what Impact said could have been broken down, but I don't think Impact you were as honest as maybe you should have been because I think what you said was an actual observation. You should have stood on it. You know what I'm saying? Like what you were saying is that white people probably have a different opinion about the topic than does the average black person for XYZ reasons, which you did not explain. So if you want to, you could explain those reasons, or you can pass it to somebody else.
But why would I'm just curious? Because white nationalists and white supremacists have never been fans of the Jews. Like, this is weird.
I got a question for you.
You might think it's a racial issue.
It is, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Skin color, which you can express literally brilliance.
I get this crazy childhood stories about my family that did great. So, and that's me and look goofy. But I don't use terms like white supremacy, and black. They're mostly bullshit terms. They're really not well defined, and they don't make for good conversation. So I very willfully said like tone of one's skin, because as you know, well, I would assume that Meta, you identify as being a black person. Is this a true statement?
Yes, I identify as a black man.
I like the way you said it. You sound like Cleveland Brown. Meta?
My fault, bro. I was washing my hands, but yeah.
Okay. So Meta identifies as a black man. Now, watch this. Meta, have you ever heard the term passing?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say that people who are like successfully passing would characterize the United States as being a great country more often than folks who do not pass?
I get that point, and I agree. I think people who, but just to provide nuance.
But when you guys say passing,
but that's not about racial identity, right?
Well, sure. But when you guys have to clarify these. You're using your own lingo when it comes to passing.
We'll get to it.
Okay, are you talking about white passing?
Yeah.
That's what I was about to do. I think that what you said, Impact, is true, but we have to take into account the people who are ethnically black but can pass for white because they're phenotypically ambiguous are doing so because they want proximity to power, right?
Like who? Who would we allow to pass?
Bro, you have to research.
Oh, there's lots of people who pass.
Well, no, because I'm being dead serious. I spent a lot of time around white nationalists. I would say you guys can say, even like, she's somebody who used to be in my rooms all the time, Amber Rose. She, I guess, could pass as white, but once she told you that she was, about her lineage, it's like, that's it. You're like, fuck you, you're gone. But she's obviously anomalous. A light skin black, to white people who care, that are racist, I should say. A light-skinned black that they like to refer to you as. They don't care about that shit.
No, they're not passing me. They're not passing.
I don't understand the cultural nuances, bro. So passing is not as prevalent today as it was in the early 20th century. But there were people who you would not be able to tell were black, bro, who you would think were white unless.
Okay, but they're not black. Because they're only like you're talking about a fucking octoroon. We cannot tell if this person. We cannot tell that this person is partially black. But even then, I would say if you're an octoroon, you're somebody who you were likely raised by basically white parents, and so there's nothing really black culturally about you that would make you stand out.
What's your artist name?
I feel folks who have parents that are Michael Bush conservative, and in their families there are very, very, very scary people. To the point where there's a guy that is a more financial folks in this time. That's why
All I wanna do is show you off. Yeah, you sit tall and you got me on my toes. When it comes to love, I'm usually not a lightweight. Cheap.
Okay, you came on here. You came on here, so you can see the title of the room. This is the best place to listen to the world. Now, what I find awesome in Barnes is that we can look at Africa, we can look at people like Iran, we can look at, oh sure, we can look at people of Scotland and American. There's one country where they do better than anywhere else in the world, including in countries where they rule themselves. Like we can look at the Caribbean islands, we can look at Africa. There's one place. Really? Life expectancy, how healthy they are, the level of starvation, by every fucking metric, economically, how educated they are, they do best here. In fact, the smartest people from Africa, like the Nigerians, for example, Yoruba, or no, I think it's the Igbo, I forget which one, but they end up sending their kids here to get educated. So, no, I quite frankly, black people do better in the United States than anywhere else. Metrically, you're not going to be able to find a place where black people do better. That's
Do you identify as a black person, Pepe?
That's irrelevant.
Oh, I hear that you judge that it's irrelevant, but it was a question, and I think it stands.
We know I'm not black. We know I'm not black, so that's why it's irrelevant.
I don't know what you are. That's why I asked. So you assumed that I was black when you were calling me a nigger and all that. But
I didn't call you. I didn't actually.
Well, I guess in America, the highest percentage globally, there are most millionaires that are blacks.
I think it's fair to say that in America, where people have the ability and capability for social mobility, then yeah, you'll see every demographic raise because America is a system that is good because it is constantly destabilizing other nations. So of course, if you have a mansion and all of your furniture is imported from other houses that are derelict, and you're wondering why people are coming to your house, probably because you spend so much money destabilizing other cultures.
Oh, so it's a giant structural racist conspiracy. Got it. No personal responsibility, no knowledge, no trade, just complaining. I understand.
You're mentioning, us dominating others.
So let's get to some actual conversation and let's not get into the racial honestly. Let's have a more official criticism, like not racial,